Brand disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed by individuals on this platform, the callers plus invited guests, are their own. The information you hear does not reflect the overall views of all parties associated with this brand. We encourage everyone to research all things heard live or via archive for edification purposes. Discretion is advised.
Don't touch that dial. You're now listening to Debate Talk Free Radio.
Help keep the show on the air. You wanna help. Send your donation to PayPal. Talk for you at gmail.com or through Cash App. $Sal Show. Thanks for your support.
Peace. What it is, it's your brother Tyvon Swainell, aka the Orthodox Moor. And this is the first edition of Debate Talk for You News, where I tell you the news as I know it, as I see it, and as I live it in this community of apologetics and whatnot. And so real quick, as y'all see with the title, there is a lot of beef going on right now between people like Vocab Malone, and his homies, G-Con and Cherry Love, and going at people like the Yhwh War Machine and also the Soul Division Debate League and whatnot. And so I'm somebody who is uniquely in between all of it in the sense to where I've had dialogues with everybody involved. I've had a dialogue with Vocab Malone, which you can see on my channel, to where we were talking about Islam and Quranism, etc., whatnot. I've debated G-Con before. Me and G-Con have even beefed at one point in time. We squashed the beef and was able to build like brothers and whatnot. At one point in time, we were both members of the Yhwh War Machine together. Neither one of us are currently members of the War Machine. Although I still build with members of the War Machine. I still try to build with G-Con as well, although he's more distant these days. And I'm very familiar with the Solar Vision, Solar Mind, and the Solar Vision Debate League, in the sense where, like, I was literally Solar Mind's one of his first debaters. I partook in his first debate in his debate league, and I participated in the first 2 seasons of that debate league. I was his most tenured debater at the time. I've had over 30 time debates in that debate league, etc., whatnot. And so I thought I would give my perspective on a few different things that have happened leading up to and dealing with an interaction that Vocab Malone and G-Con had with Solar Mind on the Solar Vision Debate League platform. So I'm going to try to give the Switzerland perspective on this, and I'm not taking sides on this. I'm trying to break down the news as I see it and as I know it, and as I live it, like I said. So to give a little bit of background real quick, the whole reason that I understand that Vocab Malone and G-Con went on to the Solar Vision Debate League platform was to address a Facebook post that Elder Yhwh of the YHWH War Machine had made concerning G-Con, to which he also brought up Vocab Malone and insinuated some racism on his behalf and whatnot. And so it seems as though Vocab and G-Con felt the need to come out and publicly address that. So they contacted Solar Mind. Solar Mind let them come on the platform. Solar Mind jumped on the platform after they had been building it for a while. He proceeded to ask Vocab some questions. Vocab did not seem to answer the questions the way Solar Mind wanted, so Solar Mind turned up to the point to where G-Con kicked him off his own stream and off his own channel, and then Solar Mind went and put the video in private. To my understanding, I do believe that the YHWH War Machine is planning to put the entire video up on their channel, etc. at one point in time. I may have that incorrect. Someone from the War Machine can come on and correct me if I'm wrong on that. But without further ado, I'm going to play a couple of clips here to kind of break down a couple of interesting happenings that happened. And because this is the Sal Showtime platform, there is no foul language on this. I had to pull off the clips that could be used for this platform, and let that be that. So with that, family, without further ado, I'm going to play a couple of clips here. I'm going to give some commentary and some further breakdown and show some other videos and give some more commentary, and we'll see where it goes from there, fam. So let's get into it right quick. Let me get into clip 1.
Yo.
Right. And if you look at it, Vocab, the face of Black Hebrew Israelites is one West. The majority, you might disagree with that. Do you agree with that?
No, I do. Here's my reading of the situation. The face of Hebrew Israelism is one West. There's a few reasons for that. And if you talk to moderates, and I think I heard about our guy Dante Fortune, it cuts off right there, Fortune. He was saying he did a unofficial poll among like his people, about 1,000. And he said almost all of them said they came into the truth between like 2015 and 2016. And that's the so-called moderate contingent, the non-one West types. My point is, the rise of the kind of moderate is a more recent thing because that's facilitated primarily by the internet. Whereas one West, you're out there on the street. So you can have the internet or not have the internet. Well, these guys have been out there, if you just strictly talk about one West, since the 60s. So they've been doing this stuff. GMS was the first one to really make utilization of YouTube, and now everybody does it. Now UIC is doing it better than anybody now, but they're all doing it now. And now the so-called moderates, they now have access to it. So you kind of see it rising. But yes, the face is that. And a lot of these so-called moderates, you ask them how they got into it. If they're honest, a lot of times it's some one West camp in some way, some video, some encounter, whatever it is. A lot of times, not all the time, but if they're honest about it, a lot of times it is. And that's why a lot of these guys are so hesitant to critique One West where One West needs to be critiqued. Because that's like critiquing your uncle or something to them. You know, that's like, you know, they kind of view them as the vanguard. And they'll even say, well, you know, their tactics are a little rude, but they're out there. Half the time they don't even agree. They don't even disagree with the theology as much as they kind of play up sometimes. A lot of it has to do with tactics and approach, I think, more than actual theology. Although I recognize, again, there's theological differences, but I do agree with you. Maybe one day that'll change though.
Yeah, and that's my thing. Like, and so then when you begin to speak on the things of One West, here comes the moderates. They're not so moderate at all. So the moderates actually are worse than the One West I'm starting to see, because the moderates are sneaky. And that's the problem. Like, they play like, oh yeah, we're not with them, we're not them. But really they, you know what I'm saying, sliding and slipping and weaving, you know what I'm saying? And as you can see, these brothers been doing it all the time. It never, like, listen, I'm gonna let you guys know. I'm not whatsoever with the Yhwh war machine at all. You know why? The reason why I left the Yhwh war machine and became an affiliate or affiliated with them, but I'm no longer affiliated with them, is because, first of all, too much misinformation. And then another thing too is some of the stuff that you did Lex and them begin to bring, some of the stuff and Yami begin to bring, or even Chris, they was right about a lot of some of that stuff that they was bringing with y'all, like far as the history. And y'all got the making up stuff and scrambling and not reading the books properly. And then I was trying to show y'all, well, here's a way on how you can even get past that, but you still was just holding on to these false type of teachings and silly stuff. And so a lot of that stuff to where I can't defend that, and I can't get behind that, especially when you up there supporting somebody saying something silly, and then you the elder, Yhwh, you the elders out of all of us, and you supporting silliness. I couldn't stand behind it, so I had to get out of that.
Elder Yhwh, what's he an elder of? I'm not trying to be funny. I don't know the man like you do. What's he an elder
well,
of?
mainly, Elder Yhwh is just the eldest of us all. He's older than us, and so we say Elder Yhwh. You know what I'm saying? Or priest, Elder Yhwh. So that's the name that I respectfully call Elder Yhwh, because, you know, he's an older guy. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, it's love there, but at the same time, listen, bro. A lot of the information that y'all was putting out, I couldn't stand by it. And then you was getting.
So yeah. So yeah, that's the first clip right there. And peace to Brother Madon Commit on the panel, and shout out and peace to Vocab Malone in the chat. If you want to jump on, brother man, feel free to do so. You can clarify your position here. This is a neutral platform. We've been able to talk in the past, you and I. We were able to have a peaceful build on Islam before, so there's no reason why we can't have a peaceful build here. I don't have a dog in the fight. Like I said, I'm playing at the Switzerland position right now, just speaking on the news as I know it, as I live it, and as I see it. And so right there, I see that G-Con was addressing the war machine and also addressing whom he considers to be moderate Israelites, and stating that he considers them to be worse than the One Westers, etc., whatnot. So with us, we have Madon Komet, who jumped on from the chat. He is a member of the YHWH War Machine. Shalom, Mark. How you living?
Shalom, Mark. How you doing, Mo? I'm good, King.
All is well. All is well. Is there anything you wanted to say about that clip before I jump on to the next one?
Well, you know, I'm part of the War Machine. You know what I mean? But and I got history with the homie G-Con. You know, I was I do a lot of research with G-Con, build on his blog talk, be on the show with him and the brother Mikael. You know what I mean? Me and G-Con ain't never had no beef. You know what I'm saying? Even though I'm part of the war machine, I still ain't got no beef with the brother. I think me personally, but the situation he got with the other brothers, I'm the type to let them iron that out. You know what I'm saying? Because, like you said, I kind of don't have a dog in the fight. I'm part of the war machine. I ride with it. But you know what I mean? I think at the same time, those brothers can hold their own without me interfering in that.
Right. So, Vocab, I see you in the chat, bro. Like, if you want to jump on and clarify your position on what happened or what's going on, whatnot, like I said, you can definitely speak your piece here. You won't be interrupted. You won't be talked over. I can tell you personally, Madon Komet is a very honorable brother, and he's very chill to build with. It'll be a very easy conversation. And again, there's no gotcha moments here. There's no trying to blindside nobody. We're just talking about what's going on. And so, yeah, with that, I'm going to go on to the next clip, and we'll just see what this is right quick. And again, family, from what I'm being told, stay tuned to the YHWH War Machine channel, to where you will be able to see the full video at one point soon. I have a couple of clips here that can be used for this channel. This is not the entirety of the video or whatnot. But these are the clips that can be used in a family-friendly situation. So without further ado, here's the second clip that I have.
Okay, so like,
what are you guys saying? Somebody's trying to say I didn't answer a question. What question did I not answer? Solomon, if you feel I didn't answer any question, ask me again, and I'll say it more clear if I didn't answer a question.
Well,
he's saying I didn't answer a question.
Well, I'm still trying to figure out like what is the beef about. So that's why I'm kind of probing. I'm just trying to figure out like what do you do that they don't like. And I don't think that I mean,
well, okay, a few things. One is I deny the primacy that they give to their identity doctrine. What I mean is they want to make this claim about who they are as if it's the most important thing. It's the golden goose, you know what I mean, with the golden eggs. I deny, even if it was true, the importance or relevance to that fact. They don't like that because they feel like they've all won a lottery ticket. They think they're Hebrew Israelites. So to them, they don't like the denial of that primacy. But that's simply a biblical position that I have there. They just don't like it. That's one thing. The other thing is that. So
what would be the purpose of even bringing that out? I mean, what would be the purpose?
Right. The reason to bring that out is to make sure that the message of the gospel is front and center. And the message of the gospel is not about who your dad is. The message of the gospel is about being in Christ. And so these guys claim to hold open the Bible and say what it's saying. That's what they're claiming. But yet they pervert the message. They might as well be holding the Bible upside down. And so what I'm saying is you're holding up a Bible with this message that's not from the Bible. So to me, that's a misrepresentation that's serious, because then people hear you with the authority of Scripture saying falsehoods. That's a problem.
So what do they say that's false?
Well, all kinds of things. If we talk about one Westers, they teach that if you're not of the right lineage according to them, which is, by the way, based upon a chart that a guy got in various very dubious circumstances, the history's all there. They say if you're not on the chart, you are excluded. You cannot be saved. You cannot be a co-heir with Christ. You cannot be equal in the kingdom of God in the future. So it's a race-based caste system that they have when they talk about gospel, which is not the gospel. So that's a major thing.
Do you believe that it's a chosen people according to the Bible?
The chosen people, Solomon. Now, G-Con and I might have some disagreement on how we would say this. The chosen people, in my understanding of theology, are those whom God elects for salvation. And that is from every nation, tribe, and tongue. And I know we'll agree on that part. So the chosen people are those that God chooses for salvation. And it's not based upon who their dad was. By the way, which none of these Hebrew Israelites can prove. What I mean when I say that is they cannot go back on their father's side all the way back to 1405 BC. That's how far we need to go back to prove they're from the seed of Jacob. Around 1405 BC, none of them can do that. And they're out here with charts and talk about I'm going here and you're going there. and none of them can show they go back to Jacob of 1405, let alone which individual son. Forget about that. And these dudes saying out there with confidence, it's a shell game. It's a con game. And so what I'm saying is it's ridiculous, the claims they make. And then they stand upon that weak foundation and then say, because of me being a descendant of Jacob, here's my position in God's eyes, and here's your position in God's eyes. That's why I made a parody about their doctrine of people going to serve them in the kingdom for all eternity, bringing them coffee and water. You know what Tazariak said to me, Solomon? He said, I'm glad there's going to be Africans in the kingdom, Vocab, because I'm not picking my own grapes.
So so do you believe, like, like the doctrine as far as what, because that's like a permanent, understanding from what I know of the Jewish faith. They believe that they're the chosen people, whether it's the black Jews, whether it's the white Jews or Sephardic, Ashkenazi. They have this idea that they are the chosen people.
Well, because of God's historic working.
I mean, do you? I'm asking, do you understand that is the case with all Jews, whether they're white, black?
No, because
so you're saying that the Ashkenazis don't think that they're the chosen people?
Oh, religious Ashkenazi Jews may certainly think that, but if they're not in Christ, they're cast off. Who their father is totally irrelevant for their position before God. And that's exactly what the Bible talks about.
The purpose
Jesus said, that's why Jesus said, you may be sons of Abraham, but I'll get these stones.
The reason why I'm
So yeah, that was a very interesting clip there, to where I think Vocab was breaking down his issues with some of the claims of the Israelites and whatnot. And so real quick, I want to clarify at this juncture that the YHWH War Machine, as I understand it, do not back the One West claims and are not, of slavery in the end times, and are not One West Israelites themselves. So just so I have that clear, Madon, I'm no longer a member of the War Machine, but as I understand it, nobody there is a One West Israelite, correct?
That's correct.
And nobody there holds the belief system of the nations going into slavery to the Israelites, the way like it holds the One West belief on that concept, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, cool. So again, Vocab, if you want to jump on, I see you in the chat, bro. If you want to jump on, feel free to jump on. We can get your. You will be treated fairly. Like I said, this is Sal's platform. No one is going to disrespect Sal's platform. You don't have to worry about being ambushed. Like I said, I am a neutral party in this whole situation. I know everyone involved. I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm not like back in the War Machine. I'm not back in GCon. I'm actually trying to build a bridge here and trying to understand what the actual beef is. I'm not actually sure what the beef is. From what I understand, that all like there's some stuff going on between Yhwh and GCon and Cherry Love about doctrine on Galatians 3 or something like that. However, or Paul teaching against the law or teaching for the law in the New Testament or whatever. However, from what I understand, Madon, like, so when we were rocking in the War Machine, we had like a basic 7-pillar principle to where we agreed on certain things, but we agreed to disagree on other things. And like, so this whole like Yhwh doctrine wasn't something that the whole War Machine agreed on, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if I say something that's incorrect, please correct me if I'm wrong or whatnot, because I want to make sure that this is a correct information for the people and whatnot.
Oh, no doubt, I got you, King. You know, I'm if I have knowledge or understanding on whatever you ask me, I'll definitely elaborate.
Okay. Oh, we got Bleedo coming in right quick. What up, Bleedo?
Hey, what's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay.
sir.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to I'm gonna listen in, finish listening because I missed the rest of the video. But just to speak on that part right there that you just played, I just like to add that I find it kind of weird to me, like, you know, how Solar Mind basically has a debate league, and you know, Vocab had a position as far as the questions that he was asking them in that little clip there, and he was explaining to Solomon, his position as far as his stance of what it was that he believed in on that topic, and Solomon seemed to have a problem with him because he was speaking on I guess so-called black people, or the way that the people look at the nation, the race of people, and how Vocab, in my opinion, just for me following him, me meeting him, and things of that nature, took concern with the whole Hebrew Israelite or Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine, and I think that was the thing that, and I would like to see what happened when they started to, like, I don't know if you got the rest of the video when G-Con like kicked him off or whatever. So I would like to, kind of like see that part, because I don't know what happened. But I know Solomon, he drills people pretty hard when they come on this platform as far as like asking them a lot of questions. So I don't know if G-Con like, let Vocab know that was that's how he is on his show and that's how he act. But I just to make some of what I'm saying as far as like the video clip that I seen, I didn't see nothing wrong with his position as far as, him wanting to defend that point of his interest when it comes to the Bible. He said clearly that, his concern was about the gospel. And when you look at the One West Israelites, and I don't think he was speaking on all of them, but when you look at the One West Israelites, they do be on the, on the corners. They do be saying that they're going to have slaves in the kingdom and things of that nature. And they do, basically say white people will be, slaves, and Africans will be slaves. So, if that's a position, or if that's his interest of wanting to defend with the text or with the Bible, I don't see anything, wrong with that, with him taking that position as far as defending that those things are not accurate, no matter what color he is, because, all colors or all races deal with the Bible. You know what I mean? So even if another race or another person, took the text and took offense to the Black Hebrew Israelites, the One Westers, saying that this is what's going to happen to them when, God come back, then they should have the same right to defend to defend their position. So
peace to brother Claim Your Hairness that just joined the panel. What's up, brother man? How you doing? Another member of the YHWH War Machine. Can you hear me, Claim?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Bleedo, did you hear the first clip I played with G-Con?
Yeah, I actually seen that part. I was watching it when they was on there, and I just happened to, I don't know if I fell asleep or I walked away from the TV, but I watched it up to that point of the clip that you just showed, and then I missed everything else after that.
Okay. So did you hear what he said about the moderate Israelites being worse than the One West Israelites?
Yeah, I did hear him say that. I heard G-Con say that. I don't know if Vocab agreed with him or not on that.
No, I didn't know if I don't know if he did agree with him, but I didn't hear him disagree with him either. So Vocab, if you want to jump on and clarify, that would, hey, you're like I said, you're more than welcome. You will be treated fairly. But what's your position on the One West or the moderate Israelites being worse than the One West?
From the ones that I've encountered, when you say modern, what do you mean by what do you mean by modern Israelites? Because like, I'm in Chicago, so we have Israelites here that doesn't share the same doctrine as the One Wester. So when you say modern, are you saying like somebody outside of that?
Yeah, I would assume that somebody who's an Israelite who's not a One Wester.
Okay, well, I mean, in my experience, I used to attend a church here in Chicago, one of the biggest churches, and they wasn't. I mean, they do have they errors, and as far as like the way they treat women and things of that nature, from my experience and what I've seen, but I don't believe that. Just from me looking at the doctrines and the teachings, I believe that the churches here kind of, they focus on the commandments and then they focus on Christ and things of that nature. I've never really seen them say like, you're going to tie my shoes and those, the type of things that I didn't see the One Westers do. So I wouldn't say that I believe that they are worse than those One Westers.
Well, can I speak on that more?
Yeah, please.
Well, I see it like this. What do you
I've never really seen.
I wish
like,
I'll be I wonder what he mean by worst. Is he mean as far as how they bring out the doctrine, or the behavior? Because the way I see it is like this, right? When we look back at One West and all these, to me, there was a lot of our foundation. Like they gave birth. It was because them brothers, a lot of brothers that got into the thing, Israelite thing, got into it by the spirit them brothers had. You know what I'm saying? And how they was bringing it out. And I understand how when you grow over time, you might see some incorrectness within that doctrine at the same time. And you know what I mean? But for me personally, I still got a lot of love for a lot of them brothers because, to me, to go out there, it takes heart. And a lot of them brothers, they dedicated. I might disagree with some of the things they bring out, but overall, to me, they're bringing out their understanding. And, I understand sometimes you need to be corrected, but at the same time, the will and the zeal that the brothers have, I love it. You know what I'm saying? I can't really just talk down on it.
Yeah, we're going to
I'd rather not talk down.
So what I was saying earlier.
No, hold on real quick, because Madonna's finishing his build right quick. Then you can come
my apologies.
No, you good.
Yeah, so I had to ask the brother what exactly does he mean by worse, because I haven't really seen no crime that none of those brothers have committed. You know what I mean? All them brothers do is bring out the scriptures, and what shocks me is that the amount of attention that it get by these brothers claiming they're Israelites. Like I've never seen in the time in history when someone connect themselves to the Bible that it has been such a problem. You know what I mean? But I'll leave it at that for the moment.
Okay. Go ahead, Clay.
Yeah, so once again, I'm gonna start over. So shalom to everybody, especially Bleedo, and especially
Shalom, Clay.
the great prophet Madon, and the great kind and the kind and righteous more. Right. So now that more vocabulary melon has been stalking SVDL since season 1. And so we used to bang on him in the chat constantly. He was scared to get on the panel because he knew good and well that his doctrines don't hold up never nowhere. So he has to do ambush journalism with the street camps, and he gets perfectly demolished with the street camps, and the street camps don't even know nothing. You see what I'm saying? So it's his mission in life really to just demean Israelites, right? So now he imagines that he's the Israelite, and so he thinks we are erasing his heritage. So he's got a real serious problem with that. And as we've seen in the example of Nick Cannon, that can be a serious problem with powerful people. But I mean, and I don't, I just want to get things situated how they should be, so that way we can be a powerhouse and not have to worry about clowns like that. Because he ain't on no level for real, but he's just annoying. It's like having a wasp living inside of your room, constantly stinging. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, what's your thoughts on what G-Con said about the moderates being worse than One West?
Okay, well that's just a tactic, smear tactic. I mean, so part of my ministry, one angle of my ministry is the unsmear campaign. So black people have been smeared since forever, and this is just another technique to smear black people. You understand? So I don't know know what to say other than that. They just want to smear, but I mean, it's not really affecting. All I see is it fueling us. You understand? So I got this colloquialism that I like to say that planes cannot fly without fuel. So they ain't doing nothing but motivating and growing our platforms. When they started years ago, IUIC had 2 to 3 members at the maximum. Ever since they've been banging on IUIC, they were focused on them super heavy. They have grown to 30 to 40,000 members in just a short amount of time. So they're helping us from what I can see. Other than their extreme, when they go too extreme and they say stuff like all Israelites are serial killers, now that's libel. You understand? So when he tried to connect those two lone gunman shooters, that male and that female couple that shot up a synagogue, and they found some paperwork that said that they have visited the ICGJC church 2-3 times, that doesn't make you a self-identifying, dedicated, repentant, messianic Israelite. Because those type of people, a messianic Israelite that's repented, would never shoot up a synagogue or anything unless in self-defense. So whenever they try to connect stuff like that to us, that's when I get highly annoyed and I start calling around and seeing which judge is gonna give me my money from him.
All right. Well, on that last clip I played, Vocab said something very interesting. He said that Israelites have to prove their lineage back to 1405 BC, through their Y chromosome, etc., whatnot, or through their fathers or whatnot. I've never heard him make that claim before, and I wasn't sure if that was a claim he was saying for like anybody who's claiming, because it sounded like, let me say like this, it sounded like he was saying that like the Israelis are proper Israelites, and like the Ethiopians even were converts or whatnot, right? So it doesn't seem like he's making that claim for like the people who claim to be of European Jewish descent or whatnot, but he's saying like anyone else, they got to make the proof. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a really weird logic to have. That you don't have to prove it for yourself, but you're challenging us to prove it. Okay, but it's already been proven by Dr. Yhwh, and so he has charts on that stuff. You understand? So he's traced it all the way back to Abraham, which is not E1B1A. They had to change the name of the haplogroup to disguise who we are. It's called EM23 or something like that now. Well, why did it change all of a sudden? You understand? So you're not hiding enough information. You understand? So you can get mad and have conferences with the United Nations all over the world. That's what the askers are doing. The you know what I'm saying? Those guys, they're having real conferences with the United Nations saying that it should be illegal. You the one taught us that. It should be illegal to challenge their claims. You see what I'm saying? So now, for what? And they're not welcomed in a whole lot of different places. I'm talking about whole countries they've been kicked out of. So just leave us alone. We ain't been kicked out of nowhere. You guys kidnap us and take us with you places because you love us that much. We're that useful to you.
Okay. So, Madon, did you have a position on that? Like, did you hear what I hear? What I heard in that, or did I mishear that, or was there another way of hearing that in the sense to where that the Israelites had like anyone claiming to be of the ancient Israelite descent had to prove their descendancy back to 1405 BC, or they weren't legitimate? Madon might be busy. What about you, Bleedo? Did you hear that or no?
Yeah, I did him make that claim. I think if you know, like you was asking him earlier to come on the show, I think that would have did him a little justice to explain his position. You know what I mean? I'm not sure if I ever heard him. I don't follow him, you know, like that. I once, you know, like I said, I met him before he came to Chicago. The Cherry Love stays, it's kind of weird. She stays like a couple blocks away from where I stay at. So when he came here, you know, they got up with Israel doctrine, and I actually, you know, called me because where I stay. So I actually sat down with him, chopped it up with him for a minute. But yeah, I feel like, you know, I don't know what's his position as far as who he, you know, feels the Jews is, or even if that's important.
Mm-hmm.
I do hear him talk, you know, like from listening to that on Soul of Mine, I didn't really get that from him as far as like, you know, saying like the you know, Ashkenazi Jews or whatever are the original Israelites, or that's what his belief was. So we'll be interested to hear what he has to say. You know, on that. Yeah. Why did he say that they got to go all the way back to what he say, like 1400 something BC or something like that?
1405 BC is what he said in that clip right there.
Yeah. So I mean, it would be interesting to hear what made him make that statement. You know, as far as like why he feel that way, but. I don't want to speculate and say, you know, that he believe this, believe that, but that would be a good question to ask him based off of, you know, watching the clip, or, you know, listening to that interview that he had on Soul of Mine with G-Con.
Yeah, and again, one more time, okay, like I'm not trying to put a lifestyle on you. I don't want to put a wrong belief on you. If you want to come on and clarify, I would love to get the truth out of your mouth. You know what I'm saying? I got one more person on the panel. Shout out to Brother Sam Addison from Defenders of the Way. What's good, brother, man? How you doing? Shalom, Mike.
Shalom, fam. Shalom to the rest of the brothers on the panel.
Shalom.
Yeah. So I'm about to play one more clip real quick, and then I'm going to ask Sam for his breakdown on it. Have you heard the other clips we played so far, Sam?
No, bro. I just got the notification that you guys were on, and I just jumped on. So I didn't. I caught about the past maybe about 5-10 minutes of what you guys were saying.
Okay, so I might play this last little clip, and I might replay him just so you can catch up. I'm sure the family might won't be mad at that, because I'm sure people didn't catch all of it anyway. So let me play this last little clip right quick.
You know,
but I mean, it's kind of beside the point. The reason why I brought that up was, you know, predicated around me trying to understand what would be your motivation even to focus in on Israelites, black Israelites, to begin with.
I don't live in Israel. You know what I'm saying? I don't know any Sephardic Jews. Their claims in many ways are really irrelevant to what I see. Here's what I do see. My friends that I've known for years talking about, hey, I don't think so-and-so can get into the kingdom because their dad is Irish. And hey, let's read this apocrypha together.
That's a problem for you.
The problem is
that's not only a problem.
Of the gospel. It's
I mean, like that's a problem for you to do all what you're doing.
Right. That hold on, Solomon. So I want to answer that. I want to get in on this because that's a problem for me too, because I'm looking at people that's in my church right now that's listening to these guys out on the corners and leaving the church behind this BS. You know what I'm saying? And actually thinking that's what they is.
All right, so if they decide they want to go, they let them go. Like, I mean,
you're not a Christian though.
You know what happens after that? They begin to attack people that are in the church. And
so yeah, Sam, I'm actually glad you showed up, because that clip actually points to something that I wanted to talk about. So there, like G-Con was making the claim that like when people become an Israelite, whatever, they turn around and start attacking the church or whatnot. And what I thought was interesting about that was something that Vocab has said prior to, in terms of like he was concerned because there were people talking about like whether or not somebody had salvation or not, or whatnot, right? Based upon their beliefs or whatnot. And so you and I were recently on a panel with Cherry Love and with G-Con and with Yhwh and with a whole bunch of people from over there, to where they were going to talk to you and Yhwh about the law of Christ or whatnot. And Yhwh jumped on eventually, whatnot, and Cherry Love basically said that all of us weren't saved, and that we're going to hell, right? And that was the impetus for Yhwh putting out the Facebook post that he made, which in turn was the impetus for G-Con and Vocab Malone going live on SVDL and whatnot. So could you speak to that incident a little bit, or do you care to, or no?
Right. I can speak to both because I was present. I was there yesterday as Solar. I was yesterday, the day before. Solar put Vocab on the hot seat, and then G-Con came to his rescue. I was actually in the chat asking for them to post a link. And so with that event, yeah, that was totally crazy. G-Con really exposed himself and how you're willing to go against your own people. People that look like you, go through the same struggle as you, for an individual who has clearly and made it clear that his position as far as our people are concerned, and it's one of racist bigotry. It's no, calling our people kafars and all of that other kind of stuff. Even if he calls it jesting, it's still not funny. It's disrespectful. It's racist. And he has individuals like G-Con running to his defense. G-Con would actually hurt one of us. I was talking to a brother today. He would actually hurt one of us. He's lied, he's slandered, and all of those sort of things. So he would hurt his brother, someone from the conscious community, or someone from the Hebrew community. He would actually hurt us over that Japhethite, that Vocab Malone guy, and so yeah, I was there with that. As far as with Sister Cherry, and when we were on that platform, yeah, they invited us. Well, actually, she invited us, or Brother Yhwh set it up, or what have you. I wasn't privy to that part. Bro just hit me, said she wants us to come on and talk about Galatians, right? And so, talk about our difference of paradigms and things of that nature. So I had recently had a discussion on her platform with So Real, and he was going off topic and everything like that. So she was very respectful, and I was like, oh, maybe that's a good sign, So I agreed to come on and have a discussion about Galatians. Yes, she when I corrected G-Con in his logically fallacious argumentation, which he does often. He changes the subject, if he's on his platform, he get the yelling, screaming, muting folk, all of those tactics to cover up for the fact that his philosophy, his theology is empty and is contradictory to that, which is clearly expressed and written in the text. And so to cover up for that, they have to act out. So I called him on that. That's why I don't even understand why Solar brought that dude in as a judge. That last debate that I did with him on the Gospel Truth Debate League, the dude looked like he was a deer stuck in the headlights. He had no answers. He just kept changing the subject to the point where the Christian moderator had to tell him, like, bro, stay on the topic. Like, you got to stay on topic, like twice, because I complained about it. Like, this dude, he just changes the conversation, start acting like a 5-year-old kid. Well, yeah, your forehead is shiny, and, make up names for you, Sleazy E, and all these childish things instead of dealing with and addressing the argument. The classical ad hominem, straw man, red herring fallacies, type things.
is what they do, and which is cool. But then when you start taking and slandering your own brothers and sisters because they don't think like you, they have a different opinions than you. You play this Christian role like you cool with everyone. I've been telling folks G-Con is a snake for 2 years now, bro. 2 years been trying to warn the brothers. When I seen him in the group, him and So Real, I said, these guys are not for the community. They are the devil, and they're going to sell out the community. They're only in there to spy out information, to see how they can cause division and capitalize on whatever information that they're privy to. So I was trying to warn the brothers about him. G-Con is a snake. He would murder any one of us on here if he could get away with it and make a name for himself and suck up to what he sees as the powers to be, which is these Ashkenazi Jewish folks. And one last thing before I let the brethren break in, that Vocab Malone dude, certainly it's just crazy. G-Con's support of that dude, when he's, it just shows that he suffered from actual Stockholm syndrome. I've challenged this dude Vocab, have a sit down. He's been running. He like to get folk that are not educated or that's new, a neophyte Hebrew or something, and all of them, that's what they do. To try to make a demo of them. But when you have someone that understands the theological lingo, hermeneutics, and all of that textual criticism, we can get into that, the biblical text itself, the historical context behind it, the philological context, which means getting into the actual languages, the Hebrew, the Greek, the Aramaic, and stuff like that, and the culture behind those languages, then, they don't want to deal with folk like that, folk like myself, when it comes to that. So, yeah, that's, I saw both. Sister Cherry, what she was doing was covering up for her boy G-Con. So therefore, she had to strike back. They had no answers to the questions that we brought to the table, and the issues that we were bringing up. That's sources. I mean, this is backed by Paul's writings himself. It's backed by thousands of years of oral traditions, which we now have that's written. Backed up by the language. And by the book as a whole. So, for them to bring nothing to the table but slander and lies. Sam said he don't believe in Christ, and all of this lying foolishness that they know very well is a bunch of lies. That's the fruit of their religion, the abomination that is called Christianity. And so that's what we get, bro. So I was certainly present there. I saw what went down. Like I said, I was in the chat room with Vocab. Sola was asking very good questions, very pertinent questions. Why are you all on the black community? Why are you over here trying to pit Hebrews against the conscious community? They still my brothers. I don't care. I'm not going to see whether you believe in Mitzrayim, in Egypt, or whatever. We're still family. We are still going through the same struggles. And for you to turn and stab another brother in his back because you have different beliefs, or cut his throat, or slander your brother just to appease those who have no respect whatsoever. He's talking about his issue is doctrine, the same doctrines that what he called One West campers believe, that the Gentiles is going into slavery. His Ashkenazi Jews been preaching that for hundreds of years now. They got videos on it. This is not stuff that's like new. This is documented out of their own mouth. If you go to Israel right now and ask them, the majority of those that are practicing Jews believe that the Gentiles are going to be their slaves in the kingdom. So why aren't you picketing and boycotting and attacking? We got to stop this Jewish religion. We got to stop this. This is an abomination. They believe that they're going to be saved by what they do. So why aren't you there? They had part in our slavery. They had part in that. They still have part in our oppression with all the music and all of the industries that portray the negative image of our community and stuff like that. They still control that stuff. They can stop that stuff. They're still heavily infiltrated in the government. Your lawyers, your Congress people, your Supreme Court justice, and all those folks. You will find those folks there. And so your media, you will find them there. And so they have the power and wherewithal to bring about positive change in the community. They don't. Instead, they bash, put negative image out, and then tell us that our position based off of evidence, not just some religious belief,
rhetoric.
Rhetoric based off of evidence that we're bringing to the table. And Vocab is silent on that. Cherry, I understand why Vocab is silent. Those
Let
are
me
his
get in there
people.
before Vocab starts speaking more, if I may. But as far as the scriptures go, it says, when you hate your brother in your heart, you're a murderer. And LaRon has shown that countless times. A personal testimony that I have is that he elicited his uncle to try to kill me, right? But his uncle had to watch me first, had to watch me for a few months to see if I was a problem, if I really deserved death. And you know how the scripture says that a spiritual man can't be judged for anything because we don't do anything improper. So that's what happened, and his uncle ended up paying me money instead of killing me. And so that's part of that LaRon madness that I've known him for 8 years. But as far as what I heard in the video sounded like an extreme concession to our position. They not only fear that they're not going to make it to the kingdom, they are insecure about their relationship with the Most High, that they are going to make it to the kingdom. You understand? So they're conceding to our position, wherein we cite the scriptures that say that the Israelites are the gatekeepers for the kingdom, and the kingdom is going to be in earth. You understand? So they have moved from their heavenly hope to get into the heavenly kingdom to now saying that we are preventing them from being in the kingdom. And I would tend to agree, but the only reason you're being prevented is because you don't respect the natural branches, and you keep banging on the natural branches. I can see.
Yeah, with that, I just would like to remind everyone that the views and opinions of the people on this panel are not the views and opinions of Sal Showtime or the channel of Debates Are For You, nor are they the other opinions of people on the panel themselves. So with that, Vocab, if you want to jump on, like I said, you will not be cut, you will not be interrupted. In fact, I can put almost everybody else in the back chat for just a little bit, so you can actually clearly get your piece spoken.
Nobody's gonna cut him off. We're all normal people.
You just cut me off, Wayne.
I know, but you said that we're gonna cut him off.
I did not say that. I literally just said that no one is going to cut him off, Wayne.
You said you can put us in the back. That's
let me say something. Can I say something?
I was literally in mid-sentence, Clay. So I was saying that.
I'm sorry, man. When y'all get a chance, I wanted to speak on that clip real quick, and then I'm gonna fall back and just continue listening online.
Yeah, no worries. But I'll say this real quick, and then you can come in, Bleedo. So what I wanted to say is, Vocab, if you want to come on right quick, I got no issue just making to where it's just me and you on the panel for a quick second, to where you can just make sure your piece is spoken and understood, and then I'll bring everyone else in. But with that, go ahead, Bleedo. I dropped the link a couple times, okay?
I'm almost thinking that ain't the real Vocab page, but I don't know, man. I was about to click on it, but
the link you can't scroll up with a link no more. I had to go through my history to get it.
Okay.
It's not. You just put it in. You just put it in there.
There it is. Go ahead, Bleedo.
Okay. Now what I wanted to say about that clip now, I've been knowing G-Con a little bit too. Again, I met him as well. Me and him did an interview where he said that Jesus was Arab. So I mean, or looked like an Arab, one of the two. So me just looking at that clip there, I kind of side with G-Con and Vocab just slightly because Solomon isn't Hebrew or a Christian, I don't believe, from last I checked. So if I'm
No,
wrong.
he's not. No, he's not.
Okay, so for him to even,
and real quick, just to clarify, he's not an atheist either, because I know a lot of people are trying to say that he was an atheist, but he's not. He's not an atheist. He's closer to like a pantheist, but he's not an atheist.
Okay. So like me, I'm like a mystic Christian, if you want to, for people that use terms or whatever. But
okay.
So I kind of like from the clip, if you look at the what was being said, G-Con was saying that people leave, basically leave the church. Now, I can only speak from experience. I can't speak from nobody else's position, but from where I'm from, we attack the Christians, as far as Hebrews, when I was studying under that doctrine. And the moment I did leave the Christian church, I did begin to attack family members that wasn't Hebrews.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that, this is what, the church teach or what, what they teach, but it's a spirit that comes with it, if you get what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So that spirit of being a Hebrew Israelite took over me to the point where I was like, I got to wake up my family members. I got to wake up all my friends, and I got to wake up this, and this is Christianity is bad, and this is this, and you get what I mean. So I think from that clip of watching that, or what G-Con may have meant by what he said, is that people are leaving the church in the sense of from the information that's being put out by One Westers, they're beginning to take a hold of a new identity in a sense, you know what I mean? And they're beginning to leave. Now you gotta understand, G-Con is a Christian, so whether one agrees with him being a so-called like Roman Christian or Sunday Christian or whatever terms that people use, he's going to defend his faith. You know what I mean? Whether it's with the white man or the black man, he's going to defend Christianity. You know what I mean? So I also like to say that he took up for Vocab. I don't see it that way either, because he brought Vocab onto the Solomon show. So even though he fell off or fell back, whatever it was that he did, when he came back on, it was them two before Solomon even came on.
Right.
So you know what I mean? So we can't look at it like, oh, he came to save the day. It wasn't like Solomon was interviewing Vocab one-on-one. It was like, no, Solomon came in and then somehow G-Con fell off, and then when he came back, he started to engage back into the conversation. You get what I'm saying? So that's just how I see that clip. Like as far as the information go, I like I say, that's here or there. I would like to hear Vocab. Okay, I think I see him on here now. So I'm gonna stay around, because I would like to, Vocab, if you can answer the question about who you feel the Jews is, I would like to know that. You know what I'm saying? So I just fall back and let y'all speak on what took place, and then I'll come back.
Yep. So before the brother started asking questions of Vocab, I want Vocab to be able to openly be able to speak his piece. He said that he's cool with everyone being on the panel at the same time, so no one's going nowhere. But like I said, this is Sal's platform, so no one's going to disrespect the platform. Everyone's going to get their piece spoken, here and be heard, etc., whatnot, respectfully and clean. But with that, I got one quick question for Vocab, just to enter in. Like, so I'm someone who's a veteran over there at the SVDL platform and whatnot, so I understand it's like an 18+ rough, rugged, and raw kind of a platform or whatnot. So when G-Con told you that there was an interview set up on there, did he let you know that there was something called the Shucklebuck over there, or that most a lot of times people get like a Release the Hound session over there?
I've heard of Release the Hounds. He told me about that. I didn't hear about Shucklebuck until that day, until I was already off.
Okay, but go ahead. You got the floor, man.
Oh, I mean, the way it went down was G-Con said, "Hey, I'm gonna go on Solomon's platform and discuss this stuff that's been happening on Facebook." I was like, "Really? You wanna?" I've heard of. You wanna go on? Hold on, is that me in the background? Did you hear that? I was like, "You wanna go on there and talk about that stuff?" He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "You're gonna do it by yourself?" He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Man, I mean, if you want, I'll come on there." was like, but if it's just your thing, then go ahead and do it. But I mean, you're talking about, since they were kind of throwing him under the bus because of his association with me. So that's why I felt like, if you want me there, you know what I mean? And I said, look, whatever you want to do, but I could come on at the end or not come on at all. Just let me know. So he just eventually said, yeah, come on. I'll just ask you some questions. So I already heard some of the debate stuff on there because I've heard G-Con a few times on there. So I knew how it was and stuff. And I kind of had a thing. I told G-Con, I was like, G-Con, you know how this is going to go, right? I didn't predict literally the exact way it went down, but I knew the reaction would be something like that because that kind of thing tends to happen. Now, I prefer that it's not the way it goes down. I don't think it's the most beneficial for the future conversation, but it is what it is. And now here we are then, but that's just sort of the background. I don't really have nothing else much to say about it. Whatever you guys want to ask me is fine with me.
Well, go ahead.
Real quick, were you aware of the panel that took place between G-Con and Cherry Love and Yhwh and Yhwh, etc., to where Cherry Love said that they were not saved, etc.?
I heard you guys mention it before I came on here. Mm-hmm. So that's the first time I heard about that specific thing.
Okay, so G-Con didn't mention that was the impetus for the Facebook post that Yhwh put out.
Well, he may have mentioned it. I don't want to put that on. I didn't know that was the background to the post, though. If G-Con said it, I didn't remember I don't remember him saying that, though. But I didn't realize that the Facebook post was connected to some live stream. I didn't really know that.
So what's your position on Cherry Love saying that they're not saved? And what's your position on Israelites being saved or not?
Well, is she just talking about the people on the panel? I don't know the context at all, man. I'm sorry. I'm sort of at a disadvantage. Is she talking about the people on the panel?
She told everyone on that panel, yeah.
That's the problem. I don't know the people on the panel. So I would have no knowledge or information about that or not.
So the people on the panel were Yhwh, Sam Addison, Yhwh, myself, G-Con. Well, no, G-Con wasn't included in what we're talking about there, but like those people that I know Yhwh.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. So even with people that seem real suspect, people will sometimes ask you if you do apologetics. They'll ask you, "Oh, do you think so and so saved?" I never like making that kind of declaration because I know at the end of the day that the Lord is a righteous judge. And he's going to judge. And he doesn't just do, modern Americans talk about, oh, God knows my heart and I'm a good person. God is going to judge according to scripture if you are in right standing with him based upon if you have the righteousness of Christ imputed to your account. 2 Corinthians 5:21. Now, my point by saying that is anyone that denies that basic reality is in danger of denying the very thing that would be their salvation. I'm willing to say if you don't hold to this, your salvation is in question because the Bible has not given us a whole bunch of ways. There's only one name under heaven by which men may be saved, Acts 4:12. And then you look at the book of Galatians, Paul says, look, if you're going to try to add circumcision to the gospel, you might as well go the whole way and cut yourself off entirely. And so since we see that that's the way God has sovereignly chose to save men and women, anyone that tries to come up with some other system or add something else or basically mess up the equation, then yes, they need to be warned, right? But do I personally know? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like every individual person, I feel like there can be a level of presumption there when you start talking about what about this specific person. Although I do think we can warn people based upon what scripture says at the same time. So I'm not taking a position like we don't say nothing. We do warn people about hell. We do warn people to repent and trust in Jesus Christ for the forgiveness and remission of their sins. Like Apostle Peter said in Acts chapter 2, we do those things. And so that's part of the danger of certain versions of Hebrew Israelism. It seems to contort and distort that. That's the very issue. So last thing I'll say on it, when we say who's saved, a lot of times I don't even know if we have the same working definition as a lot of the folks we're talking to within the realm of Hebrew Israelism. You know what I'm saying?
Interesting. So as the host of the show, I'm going to take my privilege and ask 2 more questions, and I can hear my brothers chomping at the bit, so I'm going to let them get in one by one and whatnot. So real quick, in your position, being that Jews and Judaism don't believe in Jesus Christ, and they don't call upon him as the Messiah, etc., whatnot, do you believe that Judaism is equally a false religion as what you say is Hebrew Israelism, or like the Nation of Islam, or Islam itself, etc.?
Well, I mean, I guess we could say there's a spectrum in a certain manner of speaking of things that are closer and things that are farther off. For example, the Church of Scientology is incredibly far from the biblical worldview. It has a whole background of Earth being populated by aliens, and now they cause problems for the modern man and woman when they're sort of attached to them and all this kind of nonsense. Totally different message than the gospel. Judaism, in that there's a legitimate acceptance of the Old Testament. And the thing is, there's not even really Judaism. There's Judaisms. So versions of Judaism that are closer to being Tanakh based are closer. But at the end of the day, close doesn't matter, because if you have rejected the Messiah whom Yahweh has sent, and yes, he sent him out of Israel, and he was an Israelite, and he sent them to the Jew first and to the Greek second, Romans 1:16. If you reject that and are trying to do it on your own, it's a failing project, and you've missed the entire reason the whole Old Testament sacrificial system was given in the first place, and you're stuck with the shadow instead of the substance in the language of Hebrews and Colossians. So I guess you could say Judaism is closer than Scientology, right? And Islam is closer than Mormonism, because Mormonism is polytheistic, whereas Islam is monotheistic. But at the end of the day, every version of Judaism that rejects Yeshua as the Christ is not a saving religion, and it's one that damns and condemns people, and it's an unfulfilled Old Testament. You just got the Old Testament hanging there with all these unfulfilled prophecies because there's no Messiah, and the Messiah had to come when he had to come, or he missed the window. So they're waiting on a Messiah, a lot of these guys, who's not going to come because he already came. He's coming back a second time. So Judaisms without Christ, they're false. No doubt about that. Did I answer that? Is that what you were asking?
You answered the question. So my last and final question, then I'm gonna let Yhwh get in, because Yhwh didn't, he wasn't able to converse with you on that panel with G-Con, etc. whatnot. I see him in the panel. So I heard you mention that people claiming to be Israelite need to be able to trace their lineage through their father back to 1405 BC. So is it your position? I also heard you say that the Ethiopian Jews that came to Israel were converts and whatnot. So is it your position that like the European Jews, like the Ashkenazi and the Sephardim, etc., that they can trace their lineage back to 1405 BC, and that they also need to in order to be able to make the claim that they're Jews descendant of the nation of Israel?
All right, there's a lot of questions there, so I'm gonna try to keep track of them all. If I said that, if I seem to imply that Ethiopians were Beta Israel, that they were all converts, then I didn't make that clear. I am still studying and learning about Beta Israel. When I first encountered Beta Israel in the context of studying Hebrew Israelism, I accepted the claims genetically and whatnot, even though I doubted the story related to Solomon. But who kind of knows? But even if that's the case, it's sort of inconsequential when you give the amount of time that's taken place after that. Nonetheless, then I looked at some other stuff that seemed to discount the genetic evidence. So then I doubted that and said maybe it's more of a form of ancient Judaism or even ancient Christianity that had a heavy Semitic flavor. But then I've been looking into it more again recently, especially, and I'm not the expert on this, but I got some friends who are really solid on this, especially some of the linguistic aspects. There's different genetic evidence that is relevant that I think what it seems like is there's sort of basically a mixed multitude, meaning ancient converts, but a legitimate Semitic population within the population of the Falasha, even though they don't like that term. That's why I used to say Beta Israel. So my position on that is evolving as I study the issue. And it's interesting because the very first Hebrew Israelites that we have record of in America, mainly tried to trace back their lineage to Ethiopia. If you study the congregations, you study Ford and you study Matthew, when you study this, you see that that's who they were trying to connect themselves to. We're even talking about people living there, visiting there, ambassador type situations, all kinds of interesting situations in the early 1900s, especially. But that kind of changed slowly over time, and people got away from that. And I think some people realized Ethiopians in Ethiopia aren't exactly relevant to our lineage anyway. And so new resources were developed in regards to sort of the Hebrew Israelism paradigm. So with Ethiopians, as far as Beta Israel, my current understanding is there's legitimate traces of Semitic DNA within the population of Beta Israel, and some of the language itself is Semitic. And not that, you know, what you speak determines your ethnicity. I understand that. But there's a multitude of clues. And so it's a very interesting question I'm still looking at. Now, in regards to what was the other thing you said, brother? You said
you were talking about the 1405 BC claim.
Oh, right. Yeah. The reason I said that is to kind of put a point on it. Meaning, you know, everyone, I heard a couple people say, well, 1405. The idea is the general understanding of when Jacob lived. And so what a Hebrew Israelite who says, I am Ben Judah, when they say that, any version, whatever language they use to say it, they are saying, I descend from the fourth son of Jacob. So I put that approximately, from what I've seen, it's around 1405 BC or so. What I'm saying is to have confidence and talk about, this is what I know I am. And because of that, I can teach the Bible. You can't, you have to cling to me, and all these other kinds of things that they tell everybody, you know, that they don't perceive to be in the club, basically. You know, people talk about white people, they're saying the same thing to Asians and Arabs and Indians, and a lot of people are saying that the same thing to Africans, and the ones who aren't one Westers are saying the same things to Native Americans and Hispanics. So they're telling all kinds of people, hey, you know, we're on top because I know I descend from Judah. What I'm saying is, if that's what you're going to say, and you're basing your standing before God on it, and your ability to do certain ecclesiastical matters, you know, like teaching, for example, holding a positions of authority with the God's church, stuff like that, then you better be super certain of it if you're going to make those kinds of claims. And especially in the case of the one Westers, who essentially make it the qualification for salvation. And even though they have a different understanding of salvation, they make it the qualification. If you're on the chart, you could be in the club. Even if you get judged during nuclear holocaust, you'll still be in the club later on. If you're not on the chart, you're in a different club, and you're going to shine my shoes. So this kind of stuff is like, well, then you need to be able to, do you realize what I'm trying to say is, do you realize what you are demanding of yourself by making these claims? You've got to go all the way back to the fourth son of Jacob. And if you can't, then your claims are irrelevant. And here's what I mean. Talking about Ethiopians or the Lemba, even talking about the Igbo, is not relevant unless you can prove you descend from one of those groups. Then you would have to show who in the group, because populations move and shift. They're not mono, even in the DNA. So that's what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is, really, none of us can hardly do that. Meaning, people like to ask, so tell them Sicilian mom's side, German dad's side. It's apparently what I know I am at this point in time. I can't go all the way. I can't go back 40 generations and tell you where or what in Sicily. You know what I'm saying? A lot of Sicilians just say Palermo because it's the only city they know in Sicily. So that's a fact of all humans walking around on this earth. The knowledge is lost. And so to make these steady religious claims that we know we can prove, it's utterly ridiculous. And here's the bad part, is it's not relevant to salvation and sanctification and ecclesiology the way Hebrew Israelism teaches it is. And so that's what I meant by that. And I think the last thing you asked was how did you phrase the last thing about the true Jews? I forget how you worded it.
So yeah, do you feel that the European Jews are the authentic Israelites, and do you feel like that they can trace their lineage back to 1405 BC the way you just mentioned?
So what would you want to include the Sephardic Jews in there as well?
Sure.
Would you include the Jews from Yemen as well?
In European Jewry? No.
Okay.
Specifically, I'll cut it off at Mizrahi if you want to, but
so no Mizrahi. You're not asking about Mizrahi or Ethiopian Jews.
How about we walk through all of them? Let's just knock it all. Do you believe that the Yemenite are authentic? Yay, nay. And can they go back?
Here's a short answer for these. There's a couple factors.
Okay.
One is in general, the closer you are to where you originally started, a lot of times the closer you are genetically as well. Hebrew Israelites want to deny that. That's fine. I'm just telling you what it seems like. And also there's a level of common sense to it. Another aspect is the more you've been invaded, the more problematic it becomes when you say, who is a true Jew? 2,000 years ago, the population group is not identical.
Okay.
4,000 years ago, we want to keep on going back farther. Most certainly the population group's not identical. Just look at Egypt under Ptolemy and the Greeks.
Whoa, real quick, but before we go, not to catch you, but before we go into Egypt and all that type of stuff and Ptolemy and whatnot. So let's just keep it to the first part of the question I asked. Like, so, do you believe that the European Jews will just keep it to Ashkenazi and Sephardic, right? Do you believe that they can trace their lineage back to 1405 BC in the same way you were talking about the Hebrew Israelites need to, etc.?
Nobody can do that.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. No one can.
That's all. That's what I really wanted.
Yeah. Nobody can do that. Here's what I will say, though. Some Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews have some traces of Semitic DNA, but they have a whole bunch of other stuff, too. Just like everyone else. The Limba. Everyone that is running around and saying, I'm part of modern-day Jewry, when the studies are actually done, they're a mixed bag. Now, people aren't going to like this, but what I've seen, the Igbo, it's not a mixed bag. The Igbo do not have Semitic traces of DNA because of Mormonism's claims about Native Americans. And I know this isn't relevant to non-Westers, but because Mormonism claimed that Native Americans were lost tribes of Israel, a lot of Semitic research, a lot of DNA research have been done on a lot of Native American tribes. No Semitic DNA. So it's not a mixed bag in every case or example, but a lot of them it is when you get down to that. But the thing is, it's such a strange conversation to have because in the new covenant, the true vine is not Israel. The true vine is Jesus Christ. We don't gather around Abraham. We gather around Jesus, and Abraham is our model of faith. That's Romans 4. That's Galatians 3. So I'll talk about it because I understand it's important to Hebrew Israelism, but it's not it doesn't have high importance. But since people make it high importance, bro, I feel like we got to say, okay, if you're going to say that, can you go all the way back here? If you can't, then you got to stop running around saying I can teach and you can't and all this kind of stuff because you don't have any real kind of certainty. And that's why I at least respect GMS. I know no one here is affiliated with them. They say, hey, it's off the spirit. We just read spirits. It's from a vibe. That's what they say. And that's why they got, dudes that are clearly out here with, red hair and freckles in their camp. Because they're like, well, he got the vibe of an Israelite. You know what I'm saying? To me, that's a little more honest because really that's what everybody's doing at the end of the day.
So I got one last clarification question because I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. So just to make sure I'm asking a clarification question. So my mother descends from the crypto Jewish population that they found in New Mexico and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
And she had the ability to get citizenship in Spain and eventually Israel if she wanted to, right? So this is a decent sized population. They're even finding like the Kohanim gene amongst them and whatnot. Do you feel like with those people would be Judaizers or wrong if or like you were saying, Judaizers are not Israelites if they claimed if they started to identify with their Jewish roots, even in like a messianic Jewish concept?
Oh no, anybody of any nationality can be a Judaizer. A Judaizer is the same kind of people that the church at Galatia was fighting off. A Judaizer is somebody who basically says, it's cool you got Jesus Christ, but you need to go ahead and pull your pants down. And let's get to snipping. It's cool you got Jesus Christ, but I see you over there eating a BLT. You go ahead and put that down or the Most High is going to kill you. That's what Judaizing is that because that's exactly what they were doing at Galatia. So a Judaizer, in fact, it's funny you mentioned the Messianic movement. My basic grasp of the Messianic movement, which is sort of within, it's like a side segment of Christian evangelicalism. It's all over the world, so it's not just America, but the Messianic movement, it's a lot of Gentiles running around talking about, blow a horn and this and that. And they're out here Judaizing people. And it's like, bro, you're not even you don't even have like much of a legitimate claim. And you go to a lot of these Messianic congregations, and they're like, well, we did a research DNA. And you'd be surprised at how many of the Messianics find some hidden Jew, 30 somewhere in their lineage or something. But there's a lot of suspect stuff. And they're Judaizing people without even being Jews. And so that's what I mean by that. I'm saying Judaizing is a religious tendency that anybody can do. The Hebrew roots people do.
Okay. So clarify the statement you made in the clip that I played to where Solomon was asking you if black people could be Israelites, and you said they could be Judaizers but not Israelites.
Well, with all due respect, that is not what I said. He didn't say can black people be Israelites. He said, are folks claiming to be Israelites, are they Israelites? If he said can black people be Israelites, I've already mentioned the Falasha and the Limba. They have legitimate Semitic traces. Okay. This is a fact. Now, it's not 100% in the population. It's not that way with anybody. It's not that way with anybody. You know what I'm saying? Where it's 100%. It gets stronger in men. It gets stronger with people with, it's weird. Like certain last names. It's a very, very fascinating thing, actually. And stuff like that within the priesthood clan of the Limba. Mm-hmm. So can someone who's black? Yeah. But can they have Semitic DNA, though, is kind of a different question than are they Israelites? Israelites almost assumes a 1-to-1 correlation with the actual ancient population that came out of Egypt. Mm-hmm. I think that's naive and ridiculous when you understand genetic drift and population shifts and invasions and conquering, and how a lot of conquering places like in Sicily, they'll try to basically destroy the native population by impregnating the women. This is all real stuff that everybody does when they beat people up. They take them, they spread them all out and put somebody else somewhere. The Assyrians, Babylonians love doing that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. All this kind of stuff is what humans have been doing to each other since they've been kicking each other's butts, and everyone takes turns of kind of beating up another nation. So that question of are we Israelites assumes a simplistic understanding of this 1-to-1 correlation. And I think it's naive. It's super naive. And so that's what I mean by that. What I was saying is I understood this question to be this. Are folks who run around claiming to be Hebrew Israelites, are those folks Israelites? My basic point, the short version was they're Judaizers but not Israelites. What I was saying is by every legitimate standard by which we would measure someone to be Hebraic, they don't really meet it usually, but they certainly Judaize. That's what I was saying. I was trying to do it in a memorable way. I knew people would find it offensive, but I also knew it would be memorable. I was just trying to have a conversation started with that. Yeah,
no worries. I appreciate you clearing that up. So with that, real quick, I want to give Elder Yhwh the floor to be able to give some background as to that panel I was talking about with him and Cherry Love and G-Con and Yhwh, etc., and why that Facebook post was made and what was in the Facebook post, etc. And then I'm sure y'all can ask some questions back and forth real clean, and then I'm sure the other brothers can come in afterwards.
Sure. So I got about an hour if that's okay with y'all.
No worries. So with that, Elder Yhwh, you have the floor. I'm muting now.
All right. Shalom, shalom, family. All praise to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai.
Shalom, bro.
Shalom. Shout out to Orthodox Moore. Shout out to Sal Showtime. Shout out to Vocab Malone, all the other brothers, and Don Kemet, all the other brothers that I don't know. Shalom to you, Claim Your Inheritance. Shout out to Sam Addison, Defenders of the Way, you Bleedo as well. Zion.
Peace, bro.
Shout out to you, family. I've been knowing G-Con for a few years now. G-Con himself once was affiliated with our think tank, Yahweh War Machine, which consisted of Torah only brothers in the scriptures, quote unquote Tanakh only brothers in the scriptures, Messianic brothers in the scriptures, Christians, as well as you can see, Orthodox Moore was affiliated with us as well in his belief. So it's more of a think tank. So G-Con involving himself with that, as well as Kevin G, I believe at one point, was more so to build our connection. Even G-Con's connection with us was really to combat a lot of what we false doctrines we felt that was coming from the One West doctrines. As far as will there be slaves, in the kingdom, which is something we completely toss against that, which G-Con knows. Can any other nations outside of the nation of Israel receive salvation? That is something that we always taught that in regards to Isaiah chapter 56. It tells us that all nations and foreigners and strangers that join themselves to the law will have a name as great as the sons and daughters of Israel. So we always kept that teaching and that paradigm. So a lot of the stuff that we hear, that's been going on for the last couple of days, the false claims and the false narratives, about what we actually teach or don't teach was never bought out. So I just felt it was quite a bit disingenuous, in regards to a lot of things G Conscious was saying. But let me move forward to Moore's question. So doing it in regards to his Facebook post he posted a couple of days ago. Now, I had asked G Con before, there were some members of the Yhwh War Machine that he once called his brothers and he was once affiliated with. We know that's pretty much G Con's MO. Once he gets his feathers ruffled, then he bounces around. I'm sure you experienced that with him as well.
Nah, G Con's a loyal friend.
No, well, he wasn't always, because we have had conversations where he told us why he had to leave the Shield Squad, because he disagreed with you. So this is what I'm talking about. So
no, it was not because it was not because he disagreed with me. If it was because he disagreed with, I'm just saying, if it was, well, I don't want you to talk grimy about G Con is all.
Well,
if it was because he disagreed with me, he never told me that.
Hold on, okay, you can correct him when he's done building records.
Yeah. So let me get
his build.
Yeah, I know what I know. So I mean, that's not to argue with that. I've had that conversation with him directly. So when we talk about these different things, he made a post that he was upset that the Black Hebrew Israelites and the Black Christians, I believe that's what he was referring to, the Black Christian panels were blackballing him. And he was upset about it because he lets everyone, he always invites people on his panels, but they weren't letting him on his panels. And, he was, planning something, because of it. He wasn't too happy with that. So I said to him, and I posted to many of the brothers in the chat, and you read it as well. I said the problem is, if you really want to know, is that every time you go around and you're dealing with the Black Hebrew Israelite camps, which is our brothers, is that the problem is that you're bringing this antagonizer with you, this person who's antagonistic to their faith, to their belief, which would be Vocab Malone. And I said the issue is that in this particular climate, it's not really a wise thing to do. No one wants to be antagonized by someone because they don't necessarily see you attacking their faith, but they see you attacking them because they are Black men and Black women. And what we never see, right, is what I expressed to G-Con, is any video of G-Con posting how he's dealing with those, Mormons that I'm sure he doesn't, have the same background with as far as faith. We don't see him attacking any Calvinists that I know he's had issues with. We don't see that on videos they have, in the time when he's doing it. We don't see him attacking the Catholic Church, that's paid out billions of dollars in pedophilia cases and child rape cases. A lot of them were in Black communities. We don't hear that, but we constantly hear that it's more detrimental to the whole society of African Americans, whether or not someone is teaching a quote unquote Black Hebrew Israelite paradigm. And I don't agree with everything my brothers teach, but those are still yet my brothers, right? And so when I make that post to G-Con, and I said to him, he said, well, there are many panels that I can go on. He said, one of the panels that I can go on is Vocab Malone. So it is G-Con who initially invoked this brother's name, not myself. It's in black and white. It's in writing. And so I said, well, the issue is that the issue is that, you know, that's part of the problem. It's just what I said. And so instead of you trying to reconcile with these brothers, you immediately say, well, I can go to the white guy's channel. And that's how they look at it. And then he doesn't understand why he's feel like he's being blackballed. And so, and then in the exchange, I think you replied to it, 1 or 2 exchanges. And I said, listen, I know a person who's racist when I see one. Now, when I say racist, do I think you're out here lynching black people? Or if you've ever done that? Do I think that, you know, you'll run over a black person in your car? Do I think Vocab Malone is a male Karen? You know what I mean? I don't think you may not be at that point, but I do think there's an issue with you in white fragility, because your rhetoric tells us this. And so we've had many instances of video clips. Your parody is strictly insensitive. Even when you was asking Jay producer, did he think that? What did he think about that idea? He said, well, maybe we need to talk about that offline. See, even he recognized it. And it's not whether or not you understand it, but we recognize it before you, because you haven't walked in our shoes and you never will. And so then when you come to us, you don't ask. I doubt if you've ever asked any Ashkenazi Jew or Sephardic Jew of European ancestry, hey, before you tell me you're a Jew, you got to prove to me who your forefathers are. I want you to bring someone on that panel that you've ever asked that question to. Prove that to us. But it's not an issue for you to address us that way. And when I say us, I mean black people. Black people. And so the whole issue of even Deuteronomy chapter 28, you have to harp on it. I've seen your teachings on that, even your book. Listen, man, it's not even a salvific issue. It's not even a salvific issue whether or not someone claims to be red, purple, green, or blue. It matters not to salvation. So you to completely harp on that is disingenuous in the fact that when the scripture teaches us there are many, the Mashiach says there are many who will call me Lord, Lord, but he say, depart from me not, I never knew you. But then when we read,
not to cut you, Yhwh, I feel like we're jumping out of the scope of
yeah, I'm gonna bring it right back.
Okay.
But when we read Romans chapter 10, and he says the issue of salvation, if you confess with your mouth and believe in your heart that Yhwh died for your sins, he rose again, and now that he's sitting at the right hand of the Father,
they don't say Yhwh.
Confess that, and you believe that. Listen, you want to argue with me whether or not you agree with the language, but you understand who I'm saying. And if you want to say that your argument with Black Hebrew Israelites is that they don't like to use the term Jesus,
I don't know why you need to change the words of the Bible.
Sure. Listen. What I'm saying, you understand exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm correcting you.
No, you're not correcting.
Yeah, I ain't correcting you. Look, I listened to you for a while. Once you start misquoting scripture, then we gotta stop.
See, that's the problem with white fragility.
I'm not fragile at all. Hey, let me tell you something, Elder Yhwh. I've been real chill. I've been real chill.
Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna bring both y'all back in real quick. So, Yhwh, you got to speak for a quick second, right? So you said a lot there for him to respond to. So I'm gonna bring Vocab. I'm gonna bring you both back in. Vocab's gonna respond, and then when he's done responding, then you can go into like a one-on-one back and forth. Okay.
I want a one-on-one back and forth. I don't like monologues. I think it's weak. I don't have white fragility. I'll go in any place and be on any panel if they'll have me. If not, then I'll just keep it moving.
So if you want to
I don't sit around offended. I don't know if you guys have noticed. I put up with some crazy. I'm talking to Elder Yhwh. I put up with some crazy stuff. People saying some crazy stuff. Ain't nothing fragile. I'm not concerned about it. That's what you want to say, and I think part of it is I can be super chill. I don't think you understand how pleasant these discussions could be and how logical and rational they could be. But such a high percentage of people involved in this religion are all twisted. And so they think any disagreement with their doctrine is some kind of personal attack. So they can't stay on topic. And they talk about all this stuff. And Elder Yhwh's monologue was a perfect example of what I'm talking about. And so I'd be very willing to go back and forth. I don't think he could give short answers, though, and have a good one. But it could be very interesting. But, he could put whatever on me. But I'll go wherever. But I'm not going to wilt away. If a person is respectful, I'll be super respectful. But if they're going to get amped, then I could go there with them, because I understand people won't hear you. They won't hear you unless you're assertive in these situations where people just want to kind of roll you over. So Elder Yhwh.
So hold on real quick. So what do you say these charges of racism? Because I'm not going into the one-on-one just yet. Well, we'll go there, but I know some other people wanted that. If we're going to open it up, we're going to open it up to everyone real quick so they can all ask their question.
All right, sure.
So, but real quick before we do that, he made specific charges about racism, etc. So, what are your responses to that? And then we can get into. I think Bleedo had a question. I know. My man Claim had a question, and anyone else after that. And I know Sam definitely had a question.
When you make charges like that, you got to have evidence. The man literally said, "I know a racist when I see one. I know a racist when I hear one." Well, okay, if that's what you've got, but when people say these things, it's rare to actually have evidence. I know who I am, where I've been, and who I've known. I know all that, so I'm confident and secure in that, and that's why I can handle those accusations all day. I knew the minute I got involved with this stuff, there was going to be a lot of people like Yhwh who would never want to make the issues the actual issues. They would want to make the issue me. Yhwh is exactly what I'm talking about. The only surprise I had, and there's exceptions, is how many people were that way. I was surprised at how many people could not stop making about someone else or myself instead of the actual issues on the table. To me, I'm gonna be very honest.
Is that not what you do with the Israelites?
I think it's a very immature and not masculine a way to deal with problems, instead of dealing with them head on and speaking about it directly man to man, to talk about all these other things, to talk about the way a person's look, talk about their family, talk about, I feel this, I sense this, all that kind of stuff. Or why don't you do this? Why don't we just talk man to man about the issues between us? That's what I would like to see more and more. I just don't see that very much. What did Redeem say? I didn't hear you, sir.
Hold on. Can I
speak? Is that not what you do?
Real quick. Yhwh, what we're going to do is I'm going to bring in some people. Hold on, real quick. Yhwh, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in some people who've been waiting to ask some questions that were here before you on the panel. And then when they're done, I'm going to bring you back in for a one-on-one with them. And then y'all can mix it up that way. I'll clear the YouTube. So real quick, I think Claim was going, then I'll give it to Bleedo, and then Sam after that.
Yeah, for that last portion, I said, is that not what you do with the Israelites? And I want to respond about the accusation about how we treat G-Con is based on, it's kind of partially because of you, but I disagree with that.
Well, it's not only. I never would say it's only because of me. G-Con is his own. Well, I think he would say that partially. I mean, G-Con was doing this stuff in the underground channels when I was in a different place doing different stuff. So he was, and G-Con has always been that gadfly. So that's how G-Con rolls. That's one thing I love about him. That's he's willing to do that, but he also knows it's difficult for him to have a conversation with a lot of the guys now without them bringing up my name. And he's like, man, I'm just trying to talk. And this guy just wants to ask about, well, what about da-da-da. So it's kind of frustrating because it's that changing of the issue. Well, I don't want to talk about the actual issues. I want to talk about your friend, or I want to talk about this. And so partially, but no, not entirely, because G-Con is his own guy. He does things his own way. And G-Con likes to sometimes,
antagonize.
But yeah, I mean, I think he does it most of the time. Sometimes I'm like, "Hey, bro, you went too far." And he's like, "Yeah, I know." But the thing is, I think the way he does it usually is pretty respectful, and since he does it humorously, I think like he kind of eases the wound, So that's just G-Con. Yeah. But what was the other thing you were saying? I didn't understand what you were saying. I'm sorry.
Oh, I said I don't remember. But
you
as
said,
far
isn't
as,
that what I do to Israelites? You said, isn't that what
yeah,
but I didn't know what you meant by that. What were you saying?
you said that Yhwh was being immature with you, and I said, isn't that what you do with Israelites?
Like what are you talking about? Like what?
All the accusations that you made against Yhwh,
Like which one?
all of them.
Okay. I said
Literally all of them.
I said Yahweh wasn't in Romans. Do you think Yahweh is the word in Romans? He was reading out of the English translation. Yahweh is not there. That's an accusation
you
against
said
him.
his behavior. You said you were talking about his behavior. You were saying that he was immature and all these things.
No.
No. You said, I know the exact thing that I was really wanting to focus on is that you said that a lot of people make the issue about you instead of addressing the issues, but that's your laser focus is you make the issue about Israelites and Islam. I guess you just place that in there once a week in order to make it look like you're talking about other things. But your main focus is
brother. I was mainly doing Islam related stuff before I got dealing with the Hebrew Israelism. So I don't. It's not about making anything. I don't really, to be frank, I don't care what people think about the diet or the content stream that I put out. Like whatever they want to make of it, they want to make of it. I was already dealing with Islam prior, so it's a residual effect in my apologetic toolkit that's still there. Like I don't need to do a diversion. It's a legitimate issue that I talk about. But notice what you said. You said you make the issue about the person, and then you said like with Israelites or Islam. Those are not individual people. Those are systems of ideas. That's what I'm talking about. It's 2 Corinthians 10:3-5. We cast down every imagination that exalts itself against Christ. So you see what I'm saying? I'm not interested in like all these personal. Like you'd be surprised how many rumors.
Are not against Christ though.
What'd you say? I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Most Israelites are not against Christ. Most Israelites are messianic.
Brother, they are. Let me show you. You see this book right here I'm holding up?
Let me see. Proof Jesus is not God.
Yeah, that's against Christ. You're antichrist when you deny his deity. Colossians 2:9. 1 John. They are against Christ if they're worshiping another Christ.
Okay.
So I know what you're saying, but Muslims say they're not against Christ. Yet in Surah 5, they have him speaking from the cradle, claiming to be a mere created being by Allah. So they are against him. They're saying he's not the final prophet. He is the final one. They say there's a prophet after. That's against Christ, ultimately. That's an anti-Christ position. A lot of Hebrew Israelites are not worshiping Jesus because they don't even think he's God in the first place. So they wouldn't even worship him.
Yeah, okay. I see where you're coming from on that one. Yeah, but okay. Now, but as far as our disdain for you, is that, I mean, you kind of, I don't know if you disrespected him or not, but you mentioned his name in your book, Mikhail ben Israel. So
who did you say, Mikhail ben Israel?
Yeah. I never read your book, so I don't know what you said about him. But he's like one of the most beloved Israelites in our community.
Yeah, the only thing I remember saying about him was I think I referenced a debate he had. I don't remember saying anything actually about him rather than I gave a reference or a source to some of the debates he did actually on this very platform. So I remember I gave a link in the book. I was saying, here's some debates to check out to hear this, because I'm all about people hearing both sides. And so what I said there was, here's some links. And I think he was in some of the links because he did some of the debates. I don't remember saying anything about his theology or doctrine, although I'm okay to do that. I like Mikhail ben Israel. I think can be funny. I liked him in person, but I find him being a little shady. When we met in person, it's cool. And then when he talks about us meeting, he tells a version of the story that I don't know, I'm not familiar with. There's a little bit of drama going on in his retelling of the events. It's a total fish story. You know, a fish story, grandpa caught a fish this big. Next time he tells it, it's this big. That's Mikhail ben Israel. He's talking about, we fed him. Brother, I paid for my own food. I mean, they were cooking the food, but I bought it. No one bought me I'm just saying little things like that. He'll add up to paint this picture. And it's like, Bro, it wasn't like that. It's kind of a negative thing. Because check this out. If you have a good
Is that
experience,
legal to place someone in your book without permission? Is that legal?
yeah, that's a common thing in academia. You once you put your work out there in the public sphere, it's open criticism. That's part of what you do,
right?
Especially at an academic level. Once you start, yeah, that's what it's all about. It's very legal. So check this out. What I'm saying though with him is, we met and it was a positive build, and then the way he talks about it kind of ruins the experience. It's like we could have built and go from there, but then he'd be making up stuff. Oh, and he was up there preaching. I could hear a fart. He was so scared his bowels got loose and he farted on the pole. What the heck? Like what is
that a real quote?
He has said that joke about 3 times. That exact joke about my bowels loosing and farting, and he heard a fart. Now,
yeah, he's a funny guy.
So it was funny kind of the first time I heard it, although I thought it was a little kind of gross. It was funny the first time I heard it.
Yeah, I hate being the butt of the joke too.
Hey, good one, but see, what he does is he repeats it, and then not only that, it's not true. I'm not fearful to have a discussion or a dialogue with Mikhail ben Israel. So I don't know what he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why can't he just say, let's do this, instead of all the extra trash talk about this person. If you notice, I don't go around talking about this person's afraid and I'm going to decimate them. You never catch me talking nonsense like that. Let's just do the work and see what happens.
Y'all talking in a couple of days?
Maybe he shouldn't have said we're going to do something, because we had not agreed on anything. I just said, hey, what do you think of this? He way jumped the gun. It's not a very professional way to approach it. But we're working on something in October. But if it doesn't come to fruition, I know what he's going to do. Well, Vocab back at it. No, man, we're still trying to work it out. I would love to talk to him. We just got to agree on the terms. Like I was trying to work out something with Tazariak, could not agree on the terms, because some of the stuff people do is kind of they want to do things a certain way. For example, his debate title is it I forgot what it said, but part of the thing was it, is it racist? The whole debate thing, I would have to answer a false dichotomy. But anyways, I don't want to get too far off on that. But
yeah. So I think the only issue that I personally have is that you're an extremist, right? So
what do you mean by that?
Meaning that you focus way too heavily on Israelites, and so therefore you tend to try to make connections that don't exist.
Like what?
To the one that kind of really just made me just cancel you is when you were talking about that couple,
Francine Graham and David Anderson.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
They
shot up the synagogue, and they
it was the marketplace. They didn't shoot up a synagogue. It was a marketplace, but I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and then they found some writings of them visiting ICGJC 2, 3, 4 times. You know what I mean? So
that's not all it was, though. I hear what you're saying, but I looked deep into this before I said what I said. There are multiple sources saying he was once affiliated with the ICJJC, and there's even evidence he was wearing his garments when he did his attack. Not only that, I found his social media. And so I downloaded his playlists and I saw his stuff and even played some of his videos, which are no longer online, that actually had him talking his talk. Like, I never said he was in ICGJC or ICGJ was cool with it. And look, I don't really understand, though, why a non-one Wester would be so offended by someone even recognizing there's a connection with ICJJC and shooters.
Brothers, brother.
See, that's what you are telling me. That somebody who is in a religious group, who has a leader, who they are saying is the Holy Spirit, you're calling them your brother. Do you mean in just a blood sense, or do you mean in some kind of actual religious spiritual kinship? Because if you mean the latter, then you don't understand brotherhood according to the Bible, my friend.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't, because how are you a brother with someone who's in league with Satan? Blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, yeah.
Do you want to hear my answer, or do you want to scream real loud? So, because I got a loud voice, but I'm not calling the self-proclaimed Holy Spirit my brother. I'm saying that the people that he misled to believe that he's the Holy Spirit are my brother, and those are thousands of people. So I understand that we need them. We need those bodies. And now that he's dead, there could be a possibility to reach out to them even stronger now. You understand?
Aria's still over there. Lincoln Warrington's still around.
Aria's a great man, though.
Aria is a great man.
Yeah.
You know, he taught One West to proclaim the year 2000 prophecy. It didn't come true. You should have just said Aria is a false prophet, not a great man.
There are people in the Bible who made false prophecies, brother.
Who?
Still?
Who?
Hey, you know, right off the top of my brain, I can't even tell you. But
I could tell you some.
Go ahead. Okay, so if you know they're there, why would you ask?
Balaam.
No,
false prophet though.
I'm not talking about that guy. I'm talking about somebody like
Janus and Jambres.
No, I'm talking about a holy prophet that said an incorrect prophecy.
So according to Deuteronomy 18, because you keep the law, you would say, what should be done with that false prophet? According to Deuteronomy 18.
You should not fear him.
And you should do what to him? What's the judgment?
There's no judgment for a holy prophet.
It says stone him.
No, it doesn't.
Have you read Deuteronomy 18?
Yeah, but that happened. That is in context of the someone who constantly and consistently.
Not say that. It does not say that. You're adding to the word. It does not say that.
Yes, it does in context of the rest of the information. You don't even study the law. So how can you even tell me, a judge, what the law says?
Did you say you're a judge?
Of course.
How are you a judge?
Because I know the law very well. I don't know why you're making this personal towards
because
me.
You just claim to be a judge. It'd be like if I got in here and claimed to be an apostle. Well, what do you mean you're a judge? The judge is not even an office relevant to Israel anymore. The days of the judges is closed. They got a king. What are you even saying? How are you a judge?
Have you lost your mind?
I'm calling you out on your BS.
Because
you're not a judge.
The whole New Testament says that a man who is spiritual judges all things, but he himself is not judged of any man. So stop with your madness. It says in the Revelations, it says that every man will be judged by his works.
Hey,
so,
real quick, Walker, how much time you got left?
I don't want to have a debate.
30 minutes.
Okay.
I've never seen you in an orchestrated debate before, so you don't want to.
Well, look at my debate with Shadid Lewis, who's one of the best Muslim apologists around, where we debated the Quran and the New Testament. And that was a highly orchestrated debate. You can find it. Just look up, is the New Testament trustworthy? Vocab Malone, Shadid Lewis, is the Quran trustworthy? Vocab Malone, and then there's another one. You want to find two atheists, me and Jeff Durbin versus Sean Esplin and Omar Call. That's on the channel. There's a couple places it's online, Apologia. So there's plenty out there. They're just, there's not many with Hebrew Israelites. It was with other religious groups. I got one coming up here September 28th with a Mormon.
Gotcha. Okay. That's good.
You seem like an all right guy. I just would like to talk to you more about the judge thing if we ever had a chance. But I understand.
Brother. So I'm just just kicking it with you because I had that contention with you, but you cleared it up. You said you didn't say anything disrespectful to Mikael ben Israel.
I didn't think I did. If I ever have, I'd apologize. I mean, I like him. His last post, he called me a racist on YouTube. I was like, I don't think that's fair, but it's like, whatever. It's just par for the course. But I like him. I like you.
On this moment of your shining to apologize for how you make us feel.
Do I want to apologize for how you feel?
I didn't say I said, could you take this time for airtime to do that?
No, because if someone, I'm not trying to be too rigid on this, but look, if somebody believes bad doctrine and somebody combats that bad doctrine, they should feel bad about believing that bad doctrine. So I can't control how another man feels. Now, I don't purposely try to do anything like that. Like, if you notice, you don't hear me going around calling people, names. I'm not perfect, so you can find examples, and hopefully I would apologize, stuff like that, but you don't really hear that type of thing. And it's not because I think I'm better. I'm not saying that. I just try to have some level of respect. And if things are chill, I could be super chill. But the way the thing is, man, it's like you got to turn up to 10 every time just to have a discussion with a lot of folks. But the
scripture says that if any man seem contentious, that is not our custom.
Right, but Jude 3:4 also says that I was going to write to you about something, but then I'm paraphrasing. I had to write you about something else to contend for the faith once delivered to the saints. So we are supposed to contend for the faith.
Yeah, but no one's approaching you to contend with. You are approaching us. So we're
Whoa. I'm reacting, though.
How are you reacting? What are you reacting to?
I'm reacting to all the attacks by a lot of Hebrew Israelites upon my family. And my family is the church. And so when I see them mocking the church, talking about Pastor Porkchop and talking about loud black women in the church and coming after people and making fun of them, and every camp session is your pastor wouldn't tell you this because he's a liar, stealing money, having sex with your wife, but we'll tell you this. It's hard to find a Hebrew Israelite video without kind of rhetoric. You just go on Nathaniel Ben Israel's Twitter right now. He can't stop talking about TD Jakes. Now, TD Jakes has got some problems in his own way, so I'm not necessarily caping for him. I'm just making the point that a lot of the Hebrew Israelites are steady talking about the Christian church. And then the second some little old guy with a couple other little old guys and, homegirl on the south side of Chicago and a couple of us get together and make some videos about Hebrew Israelites, all of a sudden it becomes like, why are you persecuting me? It's like...
Yeah, with that, I'm gonna let claim with the last word, then we're gonna move on to Brother Sam right quick.
All right. Couple quick. I wanted to make an observation here. One, I see that you have a lot of issues that you say with the Israelite community and with their logically fallacious behaviors and ad homs and things of that nature. But I don't actually see you addressing those types of behavior from your peers. Biblically, that would be called respect of persons, Old and New Testament. So that's my major issue that I have with you. Case in point, in the room earlier, was it yesterday? G-Con had his thing, and you have, well, as a matter of fact, right now, if you scroll through these comments, you're going to see a bunch of Christians. Oh, you're the devil. Oh, you're stupid. Oh, Hebrew Israelites are so brain dead. Oh, this and that, and liars and Satan, and it's a cult and all of this.
If you guys are a Christian, if you're a Christian, stop talking that way. I don't want that. Don't help nobody. And that's not cool. So if you're a Christian and you're saying that stuff in the comments, apologize, get timed out, come back with a new mind and a new spirit. Or just like Mama used to say, if you ain't got nothing good to say.
You say cult often as well, though.
All right, cool. So now I just want you to keep that.
It's rare that I say cult. It's rare that I say that. To me, the word cult doesn't accomplish a lot of work because it's almost equivalent of booing. Oh, it's a cult, bad. Well, we got to actually discuss the issues. He used to call the early Christians a cult. So just saying a cult doesn't really accomplish much. It's rare that you'll hear me use. Occasionally I will. I'll give you an example. With the strong cultic behavior of like Pastor Dow. That's an example where it's at least cultic. The more you learn about Dow and what he does over there in Tennessee, I think we can say that's cultic like behavior. But there's a lot of Hebrew Israelites who aren't involved. There's Hebrew Israelites who don't get involved with camps because they know they're kind of cultic. But again, cultic doesn't actually prove whether something's right or wrong. So you don't.
But you
don't hear me using that term a lot.
Here's the thing, though. You have cults, a lot of cults in Christendom, and you've had that since the beginning of Christendom in the 2nd century. So, but your energy is not toward dealing with the cultic behaviors in your own camp. It's trying to take the mote out of someone else's eye of what you perceive to be a mote. And
aren't you a Christian?
Say what?
Don't you consider yourself a Christian?
No, I'm not a Christian.
Then why is it defenders of the way?
The way is not Christian.
In the Bible, it says they were called the followers of the way.
Right, but that's different. But that's different from Christian and Christianity, according to modern scholarship.
I'm talking about the Bible, brother. Doesn't First Peter say if you suffer as a Christian, are you a Christian according to First Peter?
Peter wasn't calling them Christians. That's in a pejorative sense. There's 3 times that the word Christian, because in the original oldest manuscripts, It's the word Christian, Chrisestian, and not Christian.
No, it's
That
not.
was at that. Okay,
No,
we
it's
can
not.
debate that, dude.
You're
We can
wrong. I know exactly what that's a Roman mispronunciation. Ironically, you were making the same mistakes that the Roman historians made about the Christians when they talked about them. They made that's an origin. An African church father even made fun of them for mispronouncing it. It's either Origen or Tertullian. So Christian is a Latinized mispronunciation because they didn't understand what was happening. That's not in the oldest manuscripts.
Nah, you're wrong. You're wrong, and we could debate
okay,
that.
What
manuscript?
What manuscript number? What's its catalog number? P66, P52. What's
dude? Can you let me?
I'm just saying.
Don't keep going on, dude. I'm gonna stop and let you finish.
I'll just make the one point, and then I'll go.
And when I talk, then just please
here's
listen.
The reason.
Please don't cut me off.
I won't go anymore. I'll stop. But here's the reason why I said that. Just clear. What I was saying is, you're saying, hey, you want to deal with these people that are cultic Christians when you're dealing with us instead. What I'm saying is, a lot of Hebrewites say they are the real Christians. So I am doing that, even by your own definition. That's why I brought it up.
Okay, well, please, during the duration of this conversation, don't lump me in with whoever or whomever you've dealt with and whatever camp or what have you. Just deal with the issues that I'm presenting.
That's why I asked you if you called yourself a Christian, and then you went off on an erroneous manuscript.
I told you no. I told you no, and then you brought up Peter, and then I was setting the record straight, the philological record straight, that there's only 3 times that the word is used, all 3 times. Whether you say it's Christian, which it is in the oldest text, it was later changed, which we have evidence of that, primary, secondary, and tertiary sources.
No, we don't. So you're just using big words. You're actually incorrect. You can say,
can you stop cutting me off?
I'm just saying, bro, I'm going to challenge your claims.
Can you stop cutting me off?
Can you stop cutting me off? Can you stop making false claims?
Can you stop cutting? Listen, we don't have to go back and forth. We can debate it. All you got to do is say I'm and we can get to the business.
We're debating it right now.
No, we're not. But anyway, let me finish my point without you cutting off. You just complained about Hebrews doing that to you, and you are doing the exact same thing that you say Hebrews do to you. Now, if you can, the spirit of the prophet is subject to the prophet. So says your God, Paul. Right?
Excuse me? What did you just say?
So says your God, Paul.
That's God, what I said. Paul?
Yes, Paul. Yes.
That is blasphemous for you to say that.
Oh, it's black. Did you guys hear that? Now, Paul is the Most High.
I worship a
He's
man.
The word of God. So to say that he follows Paul,
no, that's not what you said. You said my God,
eisegetical
Paul.
misinterpretations of Paul is blasphemy. See these guys? Okay, but anyway, that brings me to my next point. My next point is okay, well, you can talk all of that all you want. Now you should know better that those are logical fallacies. You're just making statements and contradictions for which you have no evidence of. So now
your point. You got the floor, Sam. Go ahead.
Okay, right. So now my next issue is that the whole God thing, Yahusha being Yahweh or Jesus being God. You just made that a soteriological issue, a salvific issue, and that's false. There's nowhere Colossians 2:9 does not say if you don't believe that Jesus is God, then you are not saved, you are lost. That's called eisegesis. In other words, you impose your presuppositions, your theology on the text, and it doesn't say that. And that's the consistent problem of that with you Christian and Christian apologists. Major problem. That's an example of you throwing out Colossians 2:9, like folk won't actually look up the text and go there. It just says the Godhead or the divine nature was in the body of Christ. That's all it says. It doesn't say that you must believe that he is God. Now, first of all, you will have to understand and identify people's concept of God. What does God even mean? What does the title God even mean? So that's a whole conversation for a different day. So for you Christian folk that claim this is that superiority complex that y'all think y'all have and being condescending with your inconsistent doctrines. Inconsistent. Nowhere in the Bible it says believe Jesus is God or thou shalt burn in the flames, go to hell. That's man-made Christian doctrine that you can't back up in anywhere in all of the New Testament, Old Testament, anywhere. You won't find it. So now that's my second issue with you. The first was the fact of the hypocrisy. How you get on here, you talk about Hebrews when you support folk like Cherry and G-Con who attack folk like me, lying instead of dealing with the issues. But you big up these people like you just did G-Con when G-Con has a whole history of slander, which is making lies up on people, going and telling people I don't believe in Christ. And he knows that's a lie from the pits of hell. But I don't see you going, I see you big up in these people and those that disagree with you or that get with you, then you have a problem with it. It's not a problem as long as you Christian folk are doing it. Like I said, you can give your advice to your people and tell them that what is going to happen tomorrow. Sister Cherry is still going to be yelling and screaming ignorant nonsense, calling people snakes and dogs, talking about she can drag people and can't even say myriad, can't even pronounce the word myriad, but she's correcting people. This type of ignorant foolishness that go on with those in your circle. So real, brain dead, absolutely brain dead, hermeneutically brain dead. All he does is employ logical fallacies all day, the same stuff that you're doing now. And this is what I find consistently in Christian apologetics. You guys don't want to debate the issues. Finally, you said you wanted to debate the issues. There's no Hebrew that would take you up on soteriological issues. I'm one of them. We can debate sola fide all day, sola fide all day long. Sola fide is a creation of Protestant Christianity. Martin Luther, you do have prototypical, which you could call prototypical views that you might can say is a tad bit sola fide, but you don't really find that until you get into the Protestant Reformation and all of that stuff. False doctrine. So we can debate that all day. Just saying I'm wrong and trying to gaslight and do all of that is not going to help you. Set a date. Brother Orthodox Moore is here. He can, since you see he's fair, set it up and we can have a discussion, a preliminary discussion on these issues as a prelim to a formal debate so that I can show you the inconsistencies by the biblical text itself, the historical and the philological context, not just words, actual empirical evidence. And you can talk all the stuff that you want then, but just bring your data to the table. So that one question is, where in the Bible does it say that if you do not believe Jesus is God, you are not saved? It's a salvific issue if you don't make him God. One,
I told you
two,
that you would die in your sins, for unless you believe that I am he, you will die in your sins. And in the Greek, it just says ego eimi, that he's not even there. So it actually says, unless you believe that I am. So John 8:24 is one place. Another place is Philippians 2:10 through 11, which co-opts Isaiah 45. I'm giving you two. I'm giving you two.
Right.
It says
Okay,
you're going to have to
ahead.
confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. And you have to bow the knee. And originally, if you know the Old Testament, Isaiah 45, that was in context of Yahweh. So that means everyone will actually forcibly, if they don't do it before, confess that Christ is Lord in relationship to the Isaiah 45 context, which is the background of Philippians 2:10 through 11. So I just gave you two that do say, you better believe Jesus is who he said he is.
You want to retort, Sam?
Nah, I'm still here. I think Vocab went out though. He went
No,
out.
I just stopped talking.
He stopped.
Okay, cool. All right. So now your first verse there in John is quote that text for me again.
John 8:24. I told
John
you.
8:24. Except ye believe that I am he, ye shall die in your sins.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that is when you take it back to when you precept that and take it back to the text. That's Deuteronomy chapter number 18. A prophet from among you, which from among you shall Yahuwah Eloheinu, the Lord your God, raised up from among you. You hear him, and if you don't, your sin will not be remitted. I'm paraphrasing. I paraphrased that last part. If you don't, your sins. That's Deuteronomy chapter number 18. This is what Christ is saying in Yehukanan of John, the 8th chapter. This is the proper exegesis, not eisegesis of the text. God is nowhere. Theos is nowhere in that text, and just like you just admitted. You don't see theos nowhere there. And so your ego I me and making a conclusion that that text is talking about deification of Yahusha is just pure eisegetical misinterpretations of the text. Now, what's that next text that you said?
Hold on. So who's the light of the world?
What does that have to do with what we're talking about? That's called
context,
a red herring.
No, it's not. John
it's called
8:12.
a red herring.
No,
we're not talking about the light of the world.
No, stop.
We're talking about whether Jesus is God and you finding a text in the Bible that says Jesus is God.
Hold on, Sam. He's explaining the point.
The reason I asked you that is because I was looking at the actual context of the 8th chapter of John. If you look at the discourse, Jesus begins by saying, I am the light of the world. You're trying to make it like Jesus is saying merely he's a prophet. I am showing you from the context of the passage. And after this, we can go all the way down to verse 58, and it's going to get real tense for you. He says, I am the light of the world. And that's why I asked you, who is the light of the world?
Like
I'll answer the question. Let
me go ahead and answer the question.
Psalm 36:9 says, "For with you is the fountain of life, and your light do we see light." Isaiah 42:6 also speaks about Israel being a light for the nation. Isaiah 49:6 speaks the same way.
Vocab, I'm familiar. I'm trying to cut to the chase because you're going off, bro.
No, I'm not. It's funny. You're saying I'm going off when I'm in John 8 and you ran back to Deuteronomy. Who's going off? The point is, I am the light of the world is a way that Israel and indeed Yahweh himself would be described. And yet Jesus says, I am the light of the world. What I'm showing you by that is Jesus is claiming to be, number one, the true Israel, and number two, more importantly, and the Pharisees get it. That's why they want to trip on him at the end. And that's why we get the climax of verse 58. He is saying, I am to be identified with Yahweh. So I asked you again, who is the light of the world?
False.
Which prophet claimed to be the light of the world? Who's the light of the world? Is it not Yahweh?
No, that's that you are way off. Now,
who is the light of the world?
Are you gonna let me respond?
Yes, will you please answer the question? Who's the light of the world?
The light of the world is the Most High in His word. Thy
Amen,
word is a
brother.
lamp.
Amen.
Thy word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. So the light is the word. When it talks about Hamashiach, the word becoming flesh, he's dealing with Christ being Yahusha being the express example of how to obey the divine teachings given to Moshe. Those divine teachings, which we call Torah. How he kept them. So this is the point that I am dealing with. Also, a part of that context is where Christ, Yahusha, clearly says, when they said, he said, "For what work do you stone me?" In that same context, they said, "For a good work we stone you not, but because you being a man make yourself God." And Christ denied that right then and there. He told them a couple verses down from there. He said, I told you I am the B'nai Elohim, or the Son of God. So he had every opportunity in that same context, that we're talking about now. He specifically rejected the claim that he was.
That's John 10. The whole thing you're talking about is in John. We're in John 8.
Yeah, hold on real quick.
You're in the wrong chapter.
Hold on real quick.
That's not the same context.
I'm gonna let Sang get the last word on that, and I'm gonna bring in Yhwh because
you just jumped forward to John 10. Says the same context. I'm just saying.
Hold on, Vocab. Hold on real quick. I'm gonna let Sang get the last word on that. Hold on real quick. I'm gonna let Sam get the last word on this, and I'm gonna bring in Yhwh because I told him I'd bring him in last, and I know you only got a few minutes left. Okay. So
okay, cool. All right. Now, obviously, you don't understand what context is. I don't understand what school you went to, Bible school that you're going to. You really obviously don't understand what context is. You have an immediate context of what is contained in the verse or the passage that you're dealing with. Then you have the broader context, which deals with the chapter. Then you have the broader context, which deals with the book. And then an even broader context that deals with all of the works that was written by that particular author. And then the context of the whole Bible or the whole New Testament Bible as a whole. They should have taught you that. So for you to say that John 10 is not a part of the context, because there's no chapters and verses in the original text to begin with. So for you to try to say that there's no, that John 10 is not in the context, is just very disingenuous. And I think you know better than that, but you just don't want to admit defeat. So now in my last couple seconds here, just go ahead and set that up, because you've been running for 2 years, dude. I promise you a fair discussion. We can get Brother Moore to go ahead and moderate, or you can get a Christian moderator or what have you. But I want to deal with your doctrine specifically, since you called out the community and you said no Hebrew. I don't care about your racism. I mean, that's secondary to me. I know you're racist. I feel that you're racist, but that's an ad hom. Regardless of what you are and what you do and what you believe, I want to deal with these issues, like you said. No logical fallacies. Let's deal with the foundational doctrines of Christendom, like the sola fide, that doctrine, imputation, that false doctrine, because this is what all started this. This is actually what all started this. And in front of Yhwh's letter was the study that we did on Galatians. We did a study on Galatians showing how the traditional view, especially when you're taking in like the new perspective on Paul, E.P. Sanders and the likes, James Dunn, N.T. Wright, and those scholars with the work that they put in on the scene here modernly, dealing with Galatians and justification and all of those sorts of things. Then, you guys this is what prompted this whole issue, because we're bringing the sources to the table, the biblical text, the language, the Greek, the Hebrew, the culture, and the history to the table to challenge the traditional view that Paul was teaching against the written law. And so we addressed the oral traditions that was very real and part of the context of all of Paul's writings. And so this is, to be clear and get it over so broken, this is why you guys are going back and forward and why they kicked us off the panel, because G-Con had no answers. He wanted to do ad homs and change the subject, change it to Matthew and this and that and some more foolishness. Cherry backed him up and said, yeah, because they not saved anyway, so we got the right to just treat them and disrespect them and treat them like crap. So that's what originally set this whole thing off. And so I want to bring it back full circle to the real issues, not the racism, not what you believe, not the color of your skin, not the color of who the Hebrews are, and all of this and all of that. I want to deal with those fundamental doctrines of Christendom, like you must believe Jesus is God. You must believe in the Trinity. We're saved by believing in Jesus and all of those doctrines. I want to address those. We can put together a format at a later date, so you can either do one or we can have a platform and have this discussion. But I want to go ahead and finally get this set up, because I've been trying to get at it for 2 years now.
Okay.
We'll see.
With that, I want to bring. I don't
want to retort, but can I comment on something you said?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's interesting you brought up N.T. Wright and the new perspectives on Paul. One thing I would encourage you to do is to look at the D.A. Carson edited volumes, Covenant Justification and Covenantal Nomism. I think that's a fine enough scholastic answer to a lot of the mistakes that some of the new perspective proponents make. Not to say that they don't have any good points. They have some good points, but by and large, there's some problems there, especially when you talk about Sanders. It's unclear. Even though he's clearly a smart guy, there's a lot of fundamental issues with what he says. And does he really even understand the proper concept of charis, grace in the New Testament? I don't think he does. And that's a big problem for his methodology, even though he does know a lot about Second Temple Judaism. With that being said, if you like Wright, I'd encourage you to get his book, The New Testament and the People of God, Christian Origins is a Question of God. If you're going to cape for Wright, interesting if you what you would say about his book there, because he has a very different view of Israel than Hebrew Israelism promote, and I think you would find some interesting things to contend with there as he understands the spirit community centered around Jesus Christ versus how you would understand it as a Hebrew Israelite. I just wanted to make the comment on Wright because I thought it was fascinating that he brought up the NPP scholars there. That's all I wanted to say.
And real quick, have you seen the 4-part series that Sam and Yehukanan did on Galatians, and have you seen the debate that Sam and Yehukanan both had with G-Con?
Could you say that again? I'm so sorry. What did you say?
Have you seen the 4-part series that Sam and Yehukanan have done on Galatians, and have you seen the 2 debates that Sam and Yehukanan have had with G-Con concerning this topic?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I remember about maybe it was a year ago. I kept on the guy's name is Sam Addison, right? Yeah, I remember like about a year ago. I remember hearing that name a couple times, and then and people were talking about it, and then I haven't heard much recently, so I didn't know they were doing some of that stuff, and it took me a second to understand. I mean, I learned I think last night Defenders of the Way is the same person as Sam Addison, but I haven't heard those debates. No.
Okay. So with that, I'd like to bring in Yhwh for y'all to have that one-on-one like y'all were talking about. So Yhwh, you still there, brother man?
What about
Yeah, I'm here.
Can I get 30 seconds before that last word? More.
Give it to him more. Let me have 30 seconds.
Are you going to ask me what you actually asked me in the live chat?
Yeah, absolutely.
Dear Lord.
Hold on. Whoa. Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Dear Lord.
Okay, so yeah, I meant to tell you before you dismiss yourself, you gave yourself an hour, I suppose, that you gotta donate to Solarmine, Solarmine, $1,000, and donate to my reparations cause $10,000. That's at Black Redeem Me. Because you're on an apology tour, even though you didn't apologize today.
Thank you for your comment.
That's not a comment, it's a request. It's kind of similar to a command.
All right.
So I thought you were Israel of God. You're starting to sound like a one Wester.
Oh? No, I'm not IOG. I know I found out my nationality from ICGJ.
Oh, that's why you were upset that I made that's why you're upset about Comfy's people getting implicated in Jersey City.
Absolutely.
Oh, he still got some sentimental heartstrings for the ICGJC. Okay, that's why you said REI was a great man. Well, I'll tell you what, before I give you that, you should ask for Comfy to give you reparations back for all the stuff he jacked from everybody, or maybe Warrington, since she's still around. I think he owes the ICJC reparations.
Down. The same way you feel about Christians is how I feel about my people, my family. But this is my blood family, though. We're related. Israelites are literally related.
You can prove that you're related to Jermaine Grant?
Absolutely.
Okay. What people group on the west coast of Africa is Jermaine Grant from?
Why are you asking me questions?
Because you would have to be at least from, say it's Mali in that area, you'd have to at least be from that. Because if it's something else, it wouldn't work. So what people group was he from on the west coast of Africa before he was identified as an Israelite? Which people group was that?
What group was he from? I don't know where he was from.
So how do you know you're related to him?
Because I'm from Burundi. So anywhere in Africa, any what's it called, that language group that they all think Bantu, right? Any Bantu speaking African.
No. All just because you speak one of the Bantu languages does not mean you're ethnically Bantu. Just like today in the modern era, not everybody who speaks Arabic is actually an Arab.
Right, it's 95% chance, though.
Okay, well, I actually don't agree with that, but I don't know where you got that number from. But whatever you want to say, you can't prove you're related to Comfy.
Yeah, of course I can. But that's not my
No,
point.
you can't. You don't even know where he's from.
On the command that I gave you, and now you're mad for no reason.
Oh, no. I just think, first things first, since you've been doing all those double, triple donations to Jermaine Grant and Black Angel and all the music and stuff, I think you should at least hit him up first. You know what I'm saying?
I haven't given Jermaine Grant $1.
You weren't a faithful tither then. Oh, they should have put you out that school a long time ago then, bro.
I know I left very early because
They threw you down the stairs, didn't they?
No, I didn't believe he was a self-proclaimed comforter. So I left that school very early.
Well, Ariah did, and Ariah's a great man, according to you.
Yeah, that's correct.
So this has been a real long 30 seconds claim.
No, I mean, he keeps engaging me for no reason. I gave him a direct order. He dismissed it.
Right.
So
got you.
Deal with the consequence. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't dismiss it.
No, I appreciate you.
Hey, if you don't have to obey if you don't have to obey the Holy Spirit to give tithes, I don't have to obey you to give to reparations.
He was the Holy Spirit, though, bro.
I mean, if the Holy Spirit's telling you, you better, like I said, you better go see the Black Angel first.
Yeah. So with that, I'm gonna bring in
Black Icon.
So with that, I'm gonna bring in Elder Yhwh because I know Vocab's time is running thin. So come on in, Elder.
Yeah, I'm here. It's I always find it strange when we have guys, and I'm speaking directly to you, Vocab, that when we have people who of other races, especially some white people, right? Because you try to make it say that it's always personal with you. People always make it personal with you when all you want to talk about is bad ideas and bad theology. Well, the fact that you feel like it is your calling to address Black Hebrew Israelites in a certain way, that is a bad idea. It's simply a bad idea. And the reason why it's a bad idea, because there is a racial overtone and overture in your rhetoric. And I understand there are a lot of white people who don't get that. And you're one of them. That is my issue with you. You simply dismiss the fact that instead of you simply trying to get to know the people that you hear on these street corners, you don't know their backgrounds, you don't know the situations that they came from, you don't know how close they are from being on that street corner versus breaking in someone else's house or doing something illegal, but they're standing there, whether or not you agree or disagree that that their doctrine is fallacious or not. You rather beat them down on that, looking at what you know, statistics, right? Statistically, you know that those brothers are disenfranchised in whatever way possible. Some of them are straight out of prison, felony charges, can't find jobs. It's very difficult for them. Some of them can't find jobs that are even without felony records. And for you to constantly to try to separate them for the one thing that really holds them to some form of sanity, for you, that's your ignorance in dealing with the Black community, because you think that our faith, whatever we hold on to, whether you disagree with it or not, should be separated from us and who we are. That thing should not define us, even when your Christianity defines who you are. And for you to not give them that same opportunity, and without showing them an aspect of love, because you think love is simply chiding them, making fun of them, making parodies of them, standing over Black bodies, calling them kefirs.
Wait, excuse me?
You heard what I said?
Yeah, but explain that statement. I wasn't saying nothing. I was just listening to you until you said that. What are you talking about?
Don't address me. I'll finish. I'll let you know later.
So you just get to lie without being called on.
You just get to interrupt me like you've been doing everybody else.
Brother, I've been letting you talk for a minute. I let folks talk. So when you start lying, then we got to stop. We got to stop,
bro. That's the problem. You're not letting me talk. See how you
stop lying, and I won't have to ask you a question. I mean,
hold on, real quick. So when people talk over each other, the people in the chat can't hear what's going on. So real quick, I'm gonna let Yhwh explain the claim of the Kefir and the Black people. Then I'm gonna let Vocab respond to it. Go ahead, family.
Yeah, again, I mean, you should stop him from talking over me, right, until I'm done. So I have video. I've watched the video of you standing over a Black person while you're dressed in Islamic clothing, referring to people is you're going to give them their kefir medicine. Did you not do that? That's simply a yes or no. You
Wait,
shouldn't
now
even have
now
to
we're
ponder
talking?
it.
Well,
You
first of
shouldn't
all,
even have to ponder that.
black bodies. You mean John McCrae?
Listen, brother. Listen to what I'm saying. Did you use the term kefir?
It's not kefir.
Yes or no?
Well, I'm saying no. I didn't use that term. That's not how you say it.
So you never said
talking
it.
about the Islamic term for infidel?
Bro,
Is that what you're trying to say?
A simple question. Did you use the term? Did you use the term kefir? That means Negro, black.
What? That's not what that means, bruh.
What does it mean?
Kafir is what I said. It means infidel in Islam. If you understood the context, I was saying where I said I took some kafir medicine, but I was giving him camel urine. So you don't know what you said,
brother. I got what you said.
So you're not right though.
I got what you said. You said you used the word. Fine.
Infidel, but not in relationship to him. It wasn't about him. I said kafir medicine. He was a fellow Muslim in the skit.
Are you gonna stop him from talking over me?
Real quick,
Muslim in the skit.
Real quick. So I'm as the only Muslim on the panel. I'm fully aware of this skit that you're talking about, and so just to clarify, in Arabic, he was saying the term kafir. He was not saying the South African term like that.
Well, we're going to see what the South African term and the etymology of that word. To all you Muslims and all you those that understand it, and whether he calls it the infidel, we're going to talk about what that infidel, those people that they were calling infidels and kafirs. We're going to see who they were.
So just to be clear, so I understand what you're saying, Yhwh. So you're saying that even though it's a term in Arabic, that he was meaning to use it with a double entendre. Is that what you're saying?
He used it.
It wasn't towards John.
It doesn't matter.
John was a fellow Muslim.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on.
You don't understand.
Hold on. I'm trying to understand what Yhwh is saying, so I understand the point. Then I'll let you come in.
This is what I'm saying. The word has an etymology.
Okay.
The word has a meaning. And when it's referring in the Arabic to infidels, they were referring to a specific group of people.
So just so I'm understanding,
which were a black African people.
Okay. So just so I understand what you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying that he was using a term in Arabic that no matter how you slice it, the way you see it, that it goes back to talking about black people. Correct?
Absolutely.
So
100%.
So real quick, I want to bring in vocab to get your understanding. Like, so vocab, when you were using that term kafir, is that how you understand it, or what? Hold on, real quick. There you go.
No, but I never called John that anyway, because John McCrae, who he's talking about in the skit, was a fellow Muslim. So we were brothers. I wasn't called. Why would I call him a kafir? What I said is kafir medicine.
Hold on,
what that means is I was saying like aspirin and Tylenol, those things are medicine put out by infidels. And I wasn't giving him that. I was giving him the camel urine, which is prescribed in the Hadith. So what I'm saying is, regardless of the etymology of the word, which he's not right, it wasn't used until the 1700s in East Africa in the way he's talking about. It wouldn't matter because I'm not calling John that. I'm saying the medicine is not kafir medicine because I'm giving him the camel urine. I wasn't even talking about John. John was a fellow Muslim in the skit. So this man just doesn't know what he's saying.
So
did you use the word?
Yhwh, hold on.
That's all I asked, bro.
Not towards John.
Yhwh, hold on real quick. I'm trying to
towards Robert Spencer, yes.
Oh, okay. So okay, real quick. So I understand what so the people can understand, just so in case they haven't seen the skit. They claim you're making is that you weren't even referring to any person in the skit. You were referring to the medicine itself being infidel medicine, correct?
Yeah. The non-camel urine medicine.
However,
medicine put out by infidels. I mean, all you got to do is watch it. I mean, it's very obvious for anyone to see.
Oh, okay. So what's your understanding of the word kafir in the way that Yhwh is describing it?
It's simply an infidel. It comes from the Quran itself. The literal sense of it is someone who denies something. It comes from Arabic word kafara. So they're not admitting or accepting the blessing of God. Later on, the funny thing is what he's saying. If you study the Ottoman Empire, they almost exclusively use that word to describe, guess who? The Christians in Turkey. Well, the Ottoman Empire is bigger than Turkey, but they use it that way. It wasn't until they were subjugating Africa, the Muslims, that then you had them using that word in regards to them. But they would use it for whoever was there.
Okay.
What
So
skin color?
he might be talking all the way in the
Wait, hold on.
1700s or
Wait,
even
hold
the 1900s.
So hold on real quick. I'm gonna bring in Yara. I'm gonna ask him a question real quick. So this is just me, Yara, right quick. So Yara, so you're saying that you got to break down to where that term is specifically referring to black people, correct?
It doesn't matter if it was just used that way yesterday. He used it. And the fact that he even just admitted the fact that he had knowledge of its full etymology from the 1700s, going back as far as he wants to take it, you do not have license to use it. You do not have license to refer to people in that manner, jokingly, in a parody. This is what I mean about you not understanding the people that you are attacking. This is what I mean about your race insensitivity. This is what Vocab Malone does not understand. And the problem is because he has people surrounding him like G-Con and So Real and Sister Cherry who allow him to do that. This is the problem. He doesn't understand that. And I understand what Defenders of the Way says. Absolutely, he needs to be held to court to his theology. But let's not overlook his theology for his sensitivity to a race of people that he attacks day in and day out, that they simply could be doing much worse than disagreeing with your doctrine. It's insensitive. And so this is what I even said to G-Con, bringing this full circle. Where's Vocab Malone's record in donating to the NAACP? Not saying that you have. Where's your record of donating to the HBCUs or any black historical colleges or any black? Let us see something, because you're coming into our community, you're making $1 off of it, because what you're doing, you're making $1 off of it. You're prostituting black Hebrew Israelites, because I guarantee you, you're not going to go up into any other Israelite or any synagogue. You're not going to go into a synagogue and say, hey, look, show me your father's birth records, because I don't believe you're real Jews. You're not going to do that.
They're actually, there's a certain sense, according to the New
That's
Testament.
not what I asked you, brother. Don't run around. You're not going to do that. Have you done that?
I'm not running around. What are you talking about? Look,
have you walked into any synagogue and asked them to produce their lineage?
I'm not going into any synagogue or mosque or anything else.
But listen to me. Stop flipping around, bro.
Hey, look, man, look. The brother spoke
just like you go on the street corners. Have you walked into a synagogue?
There's a big. Let me break it down. There's a lot of levels of confusion here. So we're going to unpeel
the problem
this.
With you is race.
There's a lot of confusion. Going into a synagogue is much different than going out on a public sidewalk. I have went to mosques on the outside in the public sidewalk. So the kind of stuff you're talking about, I wouldn't do anyway. Going into someone's place of worship to interrupt it like that, I wouldn't do that anyway. Out on the public sidewalk is much different. So yes, I would do that. Now you show me where the group of Sephardic Jews are posted up, reading from the Torah, talking about you guys are going to be our slaves in the kingdom and all of that, and then we might need to go talk to those guys. But when I walk down the street or when I jump in a car and look over in the corner, I see the Hebrew Israelites out there. Now, look, all you're doing, Yhwh, is it's called whataboutism. Instead of dealing with the issues, why are you obsessed with white Jews?
Why are you obsessed with them?
Why are you obsessed with them?
Why are you obsessed with black ones?
Because you're obsessed with your so-called ethnic identity. That's why.
With black Jews?
Because you idolatrize.
Why are you obsessed with black Hebrew Israelites?
Because
you act like you haven't walked down the street before and never seen an Ashkenazi Jew. I'm not talking about
usually
Jews.
You
keep trying to make that distinction on the slide. I'm asking you.
Who is this guy? This dude don't know. Aren't you supposed to be one of the older gentlemen?
Have you ever stopped an Ashkenazi Jew on the street and asked them?
Let me tell you what I've done
to produce their forefathers.
Let me tell you what I've done.
Please tell me that.
I've witnessed the Jews, and you know how I witnessed to them? I share with them the fact that Jesus is the Messiah. You know where we usually go.
Forefathers were.
Dear
That's
Lord,
what I'm asking you.
We usually go to
ask them to share with me before I minister to you.
We usually go to Isaiah. We usually go to Isaiah 53. And what we do is we debate about who the Messiah is.
Okay.
So he's clearly asking the question, have you asked them about their lineage?
The thing is, when I tell a Jew about Jesus, they don't talk about they don't talk about their lineage. No, because they don't bring it up. They bring up who the Messiah is.
So
you guys bring up your
Black
lineage.
Black Hebrew Israelites don't bring up who their lineage is, then you will accept them as Israelites.
What?
Is that what you're saying?
Lord, look, do you not oh my gosh. Let me walk this down. It's not about what they're bringing up. It's about the focus. And just because you don't bring up something doesn't mean you're of that line. What I'm saying is, if I speak to a Jew, they'll say he wasn't the Messiah. There's no peace in Israel. We start debating that kind of stuff. When I say to a Hebrew Israelite, they need the gospel, they need to embrace Christ in his fullness, they say something like this. Well, this is my book, not yours, so you can't even look at it. You're going to be my servant in the kingdom, or you have to come through me to get through Jesus. They make some response based upon their imagined identity. They don't talk about who the Messiah is.
And there it is.
I'll give you the exception. I'll give you. It's because of how you respond.
Identity. But you're saying you don't. But you're saying there's no possible way. You're saying there's no possible way that a person that can claim to be an Ashkenazi Jew is not making it up.
Oh, plenty of them are mistaken. It's irrelevant.
Why aren't you making videos saying that, you know what, we don't even know that these people aren't Israelites, these Ashkenazi or Sephardic Jews? You're not making those videos.
And how is it not their focus when they go around the world?
You're not doing that. And I'm telling you, what you're doing in your witnessing, bro, is relations, fam. And it's racist.
Look, listen,
fam.
Hasn't Yhwh hasn't he went a while? I feel like he's kind of went a while.
Well, you asked for the back and forth, didn't you?
Yeah, but I want a back and forth. The dude doesn't really know how to go back and forth.
I've been kind of like I've been controlling it back and forth a bit.
Check this out, Yhwh. There's 1.5 million people, according to the best numbers we have on this, who claim some kind of Hebrew Israelite identity in America. That already is you're gonna have where that's gonna rival just the amount of even Jews in America eventually. I bet you, like we are dealing with an issue that's much bigger when the numbers. I am not obsessed with white Jews. I'm not obsessed with any modern day Jews.
You're obsessed with Black Hebrew Israelites
because they fall under the condemnation of Revelation 2:9-9. And I don't mean it how you mean it. I mean it in the sense of it doesn't matter who they claim their ancestor is. They can claim Abraham all day.
Hold on. But if they say that it matters that the Black Hebrew Israelites, it matters who they claim.
Okay, are you not understanding when I talk?
Yeah, but you're just saying it doesn't matter what this group claims about their ancestry, but it does matter what this group claims about their ancestry.
Have you ever tried to share the gospel with an Ashkenazi Jew?
Absolutely no. No.
Okay, so first of all, you're a hypocrite. Number one. Number two. If you do, because I have, let me tell you.
How do you know that I'm a hypocrite?
Let me tell you what they do.
How do you know that I'm a hypocrite?
Because you talk about me doing it, you don't even do it yourself. But let me tell you.
Listen, I never approached an Ashkenazi Jew.
Let me tell you what they generally say, since you're a novice in this area. Here's what they generally say. Your Jesus isn't the Messiah anyway. He's a Messiah maybe for you Gentiles. But
what does that have to do with you questioning their ancestry?
Because they're
what does it have to do with you questioning their ancestry like you do Black Israelites?
I'll tell you why.
Yeah, hold on. We got your question.
You make that a salvific issue with them.
No, because their retort, the reason why they reject the gospel is not because of who they think their father is. It's because of who they think Jesus isn't. Hebrew Israelites make the retort of rejecting the gospel based upon some imagined identity. Now, look, this is exactly what I mean.
So you keep saying imagined identity. Prove that. What is your proof of that statement? You keep saying that imaginary identity.
Yeah,
where is your proof of that statement? You said earlier no one can prove that. So how are you making that definitive claim that it's imaginary?
Okay, what's your evidence that you?
No, that's not what I asked you.
There you go.
That's not what I asked you. There you go. You said earlier no one can make that claim, but yet you keep saying that that's their imaginary identity. Yeah, how can you make that definitive statement?
The reason is
you have no evidence to be banging on those brothers simply because they claim an identity that you cannot disprove.
That's not all they do,
bro. That's not what I'm talking about. All they do.
Number two.
That's what I'm talking about. All they do. I'm talking about that specific issue.
Number two.
That specific issue.
Number two,
why is it that you question one group's ancestry versus another?
Because it's all you bring up.
Imaginary, but you never walked up to an Ashkenazi Jew and say, "Hey, you know what? Let's talk about."
Hold on. Let's real quick.
Over my hour, and you are totally emotional.
Let's slow this down.
United Nations.
Let's slow this down. Like so to clarify, this is why I brought up the issue earlier about the new Jewish population that was found in New Mexico or whatnot, that's being recognized as Jewish by the Jewish the Jewish community and whatnot, right? So I asked you, and correct me if I'm wrong, Vocab, I asked you if they identified as Israelites, would they be incorrect? You said no, correct? Like that you wouldn't have a problem with that.
Each person, the thing is, each person, it's different for each person. You know what I'm saying? Each person has a different genetic story and a different oral history that they have to look at. So I don't know. It depends on the person. You know what I'm saying? So it just depends.
So so with Yhwh, so Yhwh is a member of the YHWH War Machine. Okay, and so as a former member of that group, as was G-Con can affirm the same thing I'm about to tell you. They do not make identity important for salvation or anything of that nature. They only make it important in terms of nation building with each other, until their Messiah brings them home, etc. So is that an ideology that you're against, or or you find adversarial to what you believe?
Would you say that the Mexican Jews you're speaking of, do they recognize Jesus as the Messiah come?
So I was just talking about the YHWH War Machine, the group that Yhwh was a part of, the group that I was a part of, and the group that G-Con was also a part of.
I thought you were talking about Mexican Jews.
I was just a little while ago, but then I just changed the topic.
So you're saying that
I'm asking if you're aware of the belief system of the person you're actually talking to, because the person you're talking to is in a group that G-Con was also in, right? Which I was also in. Me and G-Con are former members of, right? So I'm asking if you're familiar with the belief systems of that group.
Of the Yhwh War Machine?
Yeah.
Nah. All I know is that he's out of pocket when he speaks. He gets stuff wrong all the time. That's all I know about him so far.
So he's asking you, because he doesn't. So the Yhwh War Machine does not claim to be a Black Hebrew Israelite group. They even have Christians in the group, as you can affirm by G-Con being a former member thereof. They still have current Christians in the group, right? So it's not a Black Hebrew Israelite concept that they talk about, right? Okay. It's and again, you can look at many debates on this channel where Yhwh has also participated, to where he debates one West Israelites concerning Gentiles having salvation and whatnot, right? So he's simply asking, like, so with people who don't make nationality necessary for salvation, but still claim to be Israelite or whatnot, what's the issue?
Oh, every person that I've ever met that is a Hebrew Israelite claims to be a Hebrew Israelite.
So hold on. That's not answering the question. That's going.
No, I'm going to answer the question.
Okay. So for the ones who don't do that, right? What's the issue?
Every Hebrew Israelite I've ever met, who says, "Oh, we accept Gentiles too," their theology is still shot through with 1,000 different problems. And so let me explain what I mean by that. So there will be plenty of other problems to deal with.
Real quick, theology aside, I'm just talking about the nationality concept.
You mean if all they said was, "Hey, I'm a Hebrew"? If they weren't using the Bible to prove their claim, sure. If they're not using bad exegesis and they just have like scientific and historical stuff that they think is right, sure, that's fine. But once they start going to biblical texts, claiming that that's how they know, then we have an issue, because then you're dealing with bad biblical interpretation.
So what is it? So just so we're clear, what does an Ashkenazi Jew have that proves their claim besides their texts and their oral history?
Well, I mean, I don't really ask them, so I don't care what they have, because if they don't have Jesus, they're going to hell. But little things that help us know how anybody is what they say they are, right? They have an oral history passed down through their family. They have a community that they grew up who identifies as that community. They have facility and ability to have access with the language. They're familiar with the traditions of the culture. They're in a related cultural religion. There's certain foods that they make. This is a long list, and then the testing goes when the question is, does the genetic evidence match? I'll give you a perfectly good example of sort of how Hebrew Israelites, a lot of them want to, discount those folks. But then here's what they do. They'll walk around with a menorah. Where's the
menorah's in the Bible?
Where's the menorah in the Bible? Because I know what you guys are going to try to say, but the real answer, the menorah is not in the Bible. The menorah is a thing that came out of modern day Jewry. Another example.
I think G-Con real quick. I think G-Con want the link.
Another example is the Star of David. Some of you guys use. Where's that in the Bible?
I don't know why they use that other than the lily. The lily is shaped that way.
My point is, Hebrew Israelites borrow heavily from modern day Jewry, and then they want to bang on it. I don't understand that.
None of those things are a salvific issue.
So no one was talking about banging on modern Jews or anything. We're asking for clarification on how you differentiate your claims between multiple different groups claiming to be Israelites and whatnot, right? Okay. So for instance, like you couldn't identify a Sephardic Jew or an Ashkenazi Jew in a synagogue unless they were claiming to be a Jew, unless they were claiming to have lineage of being a Jew in some way, shape, or form.
Nobody can identify anybody strictly by phenotype. Nobody can.
No. Real quick. So Yhwh asked you, like, so when have you ever gone to a synagogue to go ask a Jew what their lineage was? Correct.
Yeah, I don't know why I would have to do that. If he wants to do that, let him have at it. Go visit the Jews and ask them. I don't get this.
Real quick. So the point that I'm making is like, so what Yhwh was saying, there's like the only way that you could even identify a Jew, right, that's calling himself Ashkenazi Sephardic is like, is they're saying that they're such, right? So he was pointing out that you don't ask them to prove their lineage in the same way that you're asking other people to prove their lineage. So that's why I'm even bringing up the concept of like, so are you aware of what they taught? You know what I'm saying? Hold on real quick. I got G-Con in the back.
And the United Nations. About the United Nations, what you taught us the other day about how the Jewishers went to the United Nations trying to lobby to make it illegal to say certain things, to question and critique their claim.
The United Nations can't make anything legal. They're not a legislative body.
Are you crazy?
The United Nations is not a legislative body. They can't make anything illegal. They can have policy.
Before we go down this rabbit hole, because I know Vocab doesn't have a lot of time, I want G-Con to be able to come and speak his piece real quick, uninterrupted, and then let the back and forth ensue. So everyone, do me a favor, meet out right quick and let G-Con come in and speak his piece. And G-Con, remember, this is South's platform, so I know you know what it is. No foul language, etc., etc. So go ahead, fam.
Yeah, so the United Nations mandate international law.
No, claim.
They don't.
Claim. That means that you mute out and that G-Con gets to talk right now.
I'm muted. He wasn't talking, so I just said that really quickly.
Go ahead, G-Con. You got the floor, bro.
G-Con's muted. I see the mute symbol over his.
Yeah. You got to unmute, G-Con. That's not me.
All right, can you guys hear me?
There you go.
G-Con!
What's going on with you, man? How y'all doing?
The sound effect don't.
Grace and
peace. Hold on, real quick. Let me.
What up, G-Con?
I was streaming at the same time. Hold on. Let me deal with this. Go ahead a little bit more. I'll come in. I gotta do something over here.
Throw your computer away.
Yeah, so real quick. So while we're waiting for that, Madon, you've been waiting patiently. Do you have any questions for Vocab? Do you want anything you want to say to Vocab while G-Con's getting ready?
Well, not at this moment. I'm kind of doing something at the same time. My damn self. I just happened to walk in, look at the screen, and saw G-Con asking for the link. But I'll come back in a few minutes.
No worries.
Yeah. So United Nations mandate international law.
No, they don't.
I just like to see when you go crazy for no reason.
Are you aware how a bill becomes a law in the United States of America?
I didn't say anything about
I'm just a bill on Capitol Hill. Remember that song?
Yeah, your claim's just messing with you. He's just poking you. He wants to see you react. That's all that is.
All right, can you guys hear me?
And I'm exploiting his ignorance.
Yeah, hold on right quick. All right, we got you, G. Go ahead.
That's the law.
All right, cool. All right, yes. So basically, as you stated, I was a part of the Yhwh War Machine, and so at one part of time, one of the things that I struggle with is that you had certain people that was in the group that was pushing, I'm saying, false information, false type of gospel, and I think that at one part of time, to where you had it to where most members didn't take on that type of mindset of a black supremacy type of mindset, you know what I'm saying? But then you start seeing that, maybe the hate that was being pushed over there in a certain place, it was pushed off on them because now we're experiencing and we're kind of seeing it now. You know what I'm saying? Like I can name a couple of the Yhwh War Machine, who always been pushing black supremacy agenda, you know what I'm saying? So or some type of superiority already from the get-go that have actually made claims on Facebook as well as on platforms. And so, now, what I'm saying, when you look at the Yhwh, it's like he been carried away with the same thing, because we can see what took place the other day, with them over there, really upset about the situation and really not stopping a known black supremacist that we know, to stop him and say, well, we don't deal with that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna, really deal with none of that, what you're saying, because we're of something different, or a different body. And so I would definitely say that what's being taught here, I think it's a misunderstanding, as we can see that even with certain things about vocab, with the words that we say, like when you ask them, well, what do you have that this man is a racist? And they're going to come with one video that's already been debunked about the parody. There was something that was brought out. We brought the video out about that. And then also, with the skit that he did. But if you look at the skit, it has nothing to really do with this man's color or nothing like that. Just go look at the skit. And so it's what happens is that they want him to have a racist agenda, because as Lex Vortex said and other people said, he's been, dealing with a lot of their information. So they say, well, why is he in the black communities doing these things, or whatever the case may be? Well, the Bible says that he's an apologist. And so his defense is teaching people ways on how to defend themselves against these type of teachings that we see, whether if you black, white, or whatever. And he already stated that. And so that's my agenda just as well too. And so when God calls somebody to a certain area, because they think that because they're they may say, well, we're Israel. You know what I'm saying? You can't tell us nothing. You know what I'm saying? We're Abraham's seed. But they teaching doctrines of devils. You know what I'm saying? And misteaching and contradicting when you go back and you listen to him, and hatred. Now he wouldn't say these words as far as a hate group, because he even gets on me about a lot of stuff on stuff that I say, but that's just me. I'm gonna say whatever I'm gonna say, so don't take that and hold that on the Christian apologists. You know what I'm saying? That's them. They're more polite than me. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna come out and say it. You got a hate agenda and you hate truth. And when you hate truth, you want it to come from a black person, but it can't come from a white person. And it was actually stated last night, on one of the brothers' panel, who has a black supremacist agenda, who cares nothing for truth. And so it's like, I feel like that they want Barabbas to be released rather than Jesus to come forth and be their king. And so that's my problem I have with a lot of these guys. And so the moderator,
you just equate this dude to Jesus?
Now,
are you serious?
Right. And see, like if you notice something,
man,
just like nah. When I said, see, and that's the problem. If you notice something, he came and he jumped in and he insinuates something because he doesn't listen well. What I equated with is that you hate truth. Christ came and said, "I am the truth." He said, grace and truth, the fullness of what grace and truth has came by
and
me.
you said we're not accepting vocab because he's a white boy bringing the truth. You just equated him to Jesus Christ.
Hey, listen.
Hold on, y'all. Let G-Con finish his bill right quick, and then
so,
we'll bring it on in.
So in reference to truth,
That's what I'm talking about. See, that's what I'm saying. When you look at truth, if you notice, I stated before, I said they hate truth. So they want a lie, a cheater, a theft, a stealer to be released unto them basically than the truth. I never said I equated this brother to Jesus, because he's nothing like that. I'm nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? In the sense of Christ was without sin. So then he jumps up and he say this stuff right here. Then they'll take this and they'll sound bite this and just get all out of pocket. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't comprehend well and they're slow to hear. Their ears is dull of hearing. You know what I'm saying? And so the reason why I do what I do is because these brothers put color over truth. I don't do that. If you a liar, whether you black, white, Asian, whatever color you want to be, green, brown, whatever, yellow, you's a liar. And guess what? You a lie to get to your own color just to get forth. And so I thought that these brothers was of the same persuasion or mindset, but clearly they have linked themselves and immersed themselves to black supremacists, and the majority of black Hebrew Israelites are black supremacists. That's just bottom line.
That's right. Bring it up.
Okay, so now that we got you on the panel and that you can speak for yourself, in a clip I played earlier, you were talking about the concept of moderate Israelites being worse than the One West black Hebrew Israelites or whatnot. So a lot of people were trying to understand what you meant by moderate and what you meant by being worse. So would you care to break that down for the people?
All right, cool. So in other words, a friend that is close to me but is slick and sneaky is more detrimental to me than a person that is, I know that just blatantly don't like me. And so that's what I feel what a moderate is. A moderate is someone who really has an agenda and is pushing certain things, but they don't want to let you really see their agenda. But it's almost like what Peter did. When Peter got around certain of the Israelites, he ate with them, he chilled with them, and also, but then when the Jews, I mean, well, I'm sorry, let me put it this way. I'm sorry. When Peter was around, when some of the Israelites came around Peter would get away from the Gentiles and wouldn't eat with them. He would play the games. But when you look at it, when the elders came around, or when Paul came around, Paul addressed them for that, saying, well, how is you doing this and that when you was the one who brought the message to them? So what I'm saying is these guys, they do these things, these moderates, they do these things amongst us, but as soon as they get to themselves, they got these different agendas. And it's really ridiculous, or they feel like they can't do this or they can't do that. They feel that, and so that's what I'm saying. I'm big Hamite. If I see you going down the street and you yelling, talking recklessly, talking crazy, most of the Israelites that we see is One West. That is the face of what we see of black Hebrew Israelites.
Something really insane back in the day.
You say what?
Didn't Ham violate the Most High or his father back in the day?
That was Ham that did that. Didn't the Jews kill Christ?
No, I was asking about Ham, brother.
Right. So didn't the Jews kill Christ? Which one is worse, them killing Christ or what Ham did?
Yeah, let's let G-Con finish what he's talking about right quick, and then I'm gonna exercise my host privilege and ask him a couple questions right quick.
And so that's what I mean by that is that they snaky. And so in order to be among them, you have to be wise because they're slippery. Whether you get a Tazariak, he just tell you blatantly what he is. I know how to deal with him. I know how to approach him. But when somebody is saying one thing, but behind their back, they got a knife, then they're dangerous.
Okay, so I remember at one point when, basically when we were all part of the War Machine at one point in time, the bridge that we were able to build upon was the fact that you were able to say that you could agree that some African Americans could be Israelites. You didn't say all, but you agreed that some could be. And on the other side, that we were able to say that we were able to build on the fact that salvation wasn't based upon nationality, right? And so, is that something that you still agree on, or is that have you changed your beliefs in the fact that African Americans could potentially be Israelites?
There are some African Americans that could be potentially Israelites based upon genetics and certain things that we see. I have no problem with that. But that's what I always tell people. When you study genetics and you study autosomal DNA, what I mean by this is it's not that I'm saying that they're Israelites, but they share some genes or some traits closely related with them and markers that come out of those areas geographically. And so when they go and they taking these tests, or when they linking up with certain people who we see that are from Arabia or different places, genetically, they are closely related to those people. And so I have no problem with that. But to go and say that everybody that came up out of the Atlantic slave trade is an Israelite is pure foolishness, because we know already that that's just not how empires work or how the world works.
You ever won that debate?
I'm sorry, what you saying?
Have you ever won that formal debate?
Hold on, Claim. We're having the individual
Right.
with.
And so as to that part, I'm answering that like that. Like, I'm pretty sure if you told me that because they've done certain tests genetically to where they've seen to where there is a connection between certain African Americans that have that has been in America, but a lot of them was either hired servants or either slave masters, and even servants that came over here that was basically with the Sephardic Jews, and you could see they was definitely connected with them, and basically if they was not, I mean, they was Sephardic basically. And so then you got, I think the problem is that the European Jews to Black Hebrew Israelites are not Israelites, because they European in skin, but genetically they're close related to people that we see that are today, that have been for thousands of years and never left the land in those lands today. So they have shared genetics with them. And so I'm not making this out of saying that there is a Jew marker or there is an Israelite marker. No, it's not. But what it is mutations that come from certain areas, to where if you carry those markers, it can tell us that you geographically migrated from that area, that you came from that area. And so when you start doing DNA tests on majority of Black people, they got markers that are predominantly of Africa, and barely even any markers that come outside of Africa, this in the Levant area. So if you're doing tests and you picking up JP209 or J1C3 markers or different things, TIKL markers or certain things, then I can look at it and say, well, maybe this person does share some type of close relationship. But that's not what I'm saying. Now, when it comes to the gospel, or what I'm standing on, what I felt like the Yhwh war machine was teaching for salvation for everyone. When you start to look at it, it's starting to look like they on something different now, or who they didn't link themselves with. So if they was running their race well, they ain't running it right now. So I don't know where they going with this.
So help me understand that part there, brother man. When you're talking about like they seem like they moved away from the salvation concept. Like, so put an adder on the doctrine that switched up.
I think that it's more so of a there's a hatred. Like, for instance, like when you look at, I think that where the doctrine begins to switch up at is that when a person like Vocab or either me or other apologists, we go and we say, well, we don't feel that the majority of y'all are Israelites. And I'm gonna say it all day, because I feel like the people who you do see from certain areas who we know never left those areas, you say they ain't Israelites, they got to be Black to be Israel. And so then when we say, well, how are you saying that when they have more history, linguistically, biblically, more of the culture, then why are you saying it? So when I look at this, I have to say, I think that that's where we start coming in. I don't know if that answers your question. I kind of lost my thought a little bit. What actually?
So my question was like, so what doctrine switched up with the war machine? I was asking you to put an address on the doctrine that switched up that led you to believe that they were no longer going with the salvation.
I think how they present the gospel is switched up, basically. Like, the gospel is no longer it's been perverted, basically. Like, it's a big perversion. You see
Yhwh not teaching people that they can be justified by the law of Moses. You see defenders of the way teaching that just as well. And so it's the little leaven that leavens the whole lump.
So hold on real quick. You remember like we was moving on like a 7 pillars concept, right? To where like we agreed on certain things, but we agreed to disagree on other things. So like not everything that one person said was on everybody, right? So for instance, like are you saying that the war machine themselves all picked up this Galatians doctrine, or was it just Yhwh not talking about it?
Well, basically, yeah, because a little leaven basically leavened the whole lump. So it seeped in to where you even caught Yhwh on shows, and he's not addressing these brothers and telling them, I don't agree with that. And as being the priest of it, you know what I'm saying, he should be the one to address that and say, that ain't correct. You know what I'm saying? And so that's when it becomes to where this is what y'all teach. Instead, he stood back and all he said was facts. No, that ain't a fact, that's a lie. And then you had it to where even defenders of the way denied Christ Jesus the Messiah.
And I want to respond to that too, bro, because he just told another lie.
And I'm not lying, it's actually openly. It's open, like it's live.
Okay, hold on right quick. Go ahead, Sam.
I stayed over a little bit.
Hold on, Sam. Vocab's got to go. He got.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. It's just I stayed over a little bit. G-Con, much love, man. Hold it down.
Appreciate your time, Vocab.
Yeah, remember my cash app, 10,000.
Right after you talk to Lincoln Warrington, hit me up next. All right,
hey, Vocab, let me know about that sit down. When are we having that, bro?
Oh man, the way you were today, I don't know if it'd be benefit. We'll see.
Yeah, but you, bro, that's foolishness, bro. You go after the camps and you say they openly threaten you and do all of that and treat you. So that's foolishness, Vocab. Don't make excuses while you running. Just say you're scared. That's okay. I'll accept that. But anyway, you just let me know when you're ready.
You are right. I'm scared to be a waste of time.
Before you leave, Vocab, the prophet said that there were Jews on the west coast of Africa before the transatlantic slave trade. Can you please prepare yourself for something against that, because it's documented and it's true. So
I'm sorry, Sheikah T, but I can't talk to you. I have a boycott. I have a boycott against you. I'm not allowed to talk to you. I'm sorry.
Right.
Oh, okay. Well, when you think of an excuse, let me know.
Yeah,
let me know.
Right. All right. So now, since we can get back.
WTF?
So we can get back to the G-Con issue. G-Con is flat out lying, and this is a major problem with Christendom. They have no problems with lying, slandering. Now this dude get on here talking about I deny Christ. He knows very well I am messianic. I accept Yahushua HaMashiach as the Christ. He knows that very well. But because he lost that debate so bad, so bad, and now he needs to come up with slander. This is the rotten fruit of Christendom. You guys are seeing that firsthand, flat out lie, and he knows it's a lie. That's the first thing. Now he's talking about these doctrines and things, and how Brother Yhwh, we may have disagreements. I don't even know if Brother Yhwh and I have disagreements or not. But he tries to magnify disagreements between the Hebrew brethren, while he minimizes those 40,000 splits within Christendom. Right? He disagrees with Calvinists. I know, because I've seen him talk about Calvinists, but yeah, he will sit on a platform with them and help them attack other Hebrews and all of that, and then try to cause problems over here by saying, well, you didn't say this to the camps and you didn't say that. He doesn't check Cherry. Matter of fact, he does. Let me not say that when it's convenient for him. But he celebrates the foolishness, like the other day with her yelling and screaming, calling people dogs and animals and all of this without addressing the issues whatsoever. So that's just pure hypocrisy on G-Con's part. So for him to sit up here and lie again lie, and this is the poison, rottenest fruit of Christendom, that they could just get up and lie and make up stuff when they lose the arguments, right? So, you know, this is the point that I wanted to bring out. His behavior and how he sits here and lie and make up slander and all of these things while he's complaining. Now, he snaked his way in. I was telling Brother Yhwh and the rest of the brothers 2 years ago, G-Con is a snake. So Real is a snake. Those guys are just in the inside to get information, to write books, and try to have an inside track on how they can destroy the community. That's all they're doing. If you notice, that's what G-Con is say. Well, you don't say nothing to the camps. And what about the Comedics? He tried to pit the conscious community against the Hebrews in the community, which he calls moderates against the camps, and that tactics of the devil. He that soweth discord amongst the brethren is an abomination. That's the book of Proverbs, chapter number 7. They don't know these things. So that's a major issue right there. Their whole issue is they have no answers. G-Con is one of the most ignorant, have no answers. What he does is logical fallacies all day. When Solar brought him on the platform, I was like, man, this dude can't even debate. He don't even know what a debate is. He don't know what a logical fallacy is. If you guys look at that last debate that we did, terrible. This dude couldn't answer, just like Vocab, can't answer yes or no questions, changing the topic. He was on that panel with Sister Cherry, and everything was going fine until who showed up? You was there, more. We was having a decent, respectful conversation with Cherry. G-Con shows up, and it's drama and confusion. Everywhere this guy goes, it's drama and confusion, whether it's in Christendom or Hebrews. Just follow his track record. Nothing but drama and confusion. And he's up here playing the part of the hypocrite, talking about the reason why he snaked Yahweh war machine after Brother Yhwh, because we had this discussion 2 years ago, Brother Yhwh and I told him G-Con is a snake. Well, bro, this him and Brother Yhwh, the same ones he's dogging out up here now, was like, bro, I think you judging him the wrong way. I think I known him a little bit longer than you. I think he's an overall good guy. Yeah, these guys going to war for you. The same ones you turn around and put a dagger in their back for the Japhetite, for your white friend there, which is despicable. It is, and it's unexcusable. And you made yourself look extremely bad in that video where you're willing to attack your brother because he put your homeboy on the hot seat. And Brother Yhwh just did the same thing. There's no plethora of videos about Ashkenazi Jews. Where's the cadre of books and videos and all of that about these Ashkenazis? Where's that at?
Yes, hold on. I gotta go in like 5 minutes, so I'm gonna let G-Con respond to that. Then I'm gonna let Yhwh ask G-Con maybe a question or two, and then we're gonna close this thing out.
Can I ask you a question, Defenders of the Way? You said that that Solomon was my brother. Is that what you said?
Yes.
What makes Solomon my brother?
He shared the same blood that you do.
So who did Christ say was their brother and their sisters?
I just talked to Yhwh about this today. This very situation today. Let me exegete the passage for you real quick in 20 seconds. Christ was talking to Israel. Christ was talking to Israelites. He never said that the Israelites weren't his people. That's why he said he was sent to the lost sheep. What he was saying was his fealty is to those that keep the commandments. That's what he was saying. But he wasn't attacking the Sadducees, the Pharisees. He didn't run around, oh, y'all shouldn't listen to them. They came after him like what you are doing. He didn't allow that difference in theological perspective to cause him to get with the Romans and the Greeks and start beating down the Israelites and oppressing them and attacking them and all of that. That didn't go on.
That, brother, because you are, listen, first of all, everybody that's in the community already know who I say my brothers is. Solomon, first of all, disrespected me when he disrespected Vocab, because anybody know if that was a hood thing and I had brought Vocab to the hood and anyone stepped up and did something to Vocab, then you actually did something to me. You lack respect for me. So what Solomon did, because he's not from the hood like that for reals, he did something that was disrespectful. And if it had been back in the days, he would have got slapped up and dealt with for that, just on some street stuff. So that's the first thing he did. And first of all, I don't consider Solomon to be my brother. Never have actually like that for reals, if you want to look at it, because he's a snake and snakes ain't my brother. And for the one part is this is, if a person that is black molested a person that ran to your house, will you shelter that person or will you deal with that person? I don't play games like that. I've made it.
That's a false equivalency, bro.
Hold on. I'm not. Listen, bro. I've made it clear. I've been clear since I've been on Solo Debate League as well as other leagues. I don't color to me, bro. Truth over color every day, bro. All day, bro. I've been clear about that since I've been a believer, bro. I don't care nothing about you saying that you the same skin color. When I go out into the hood or when I ride down the block or when I ride down to go pick up my son, I'm going to tell you who trying to gun me down or who trying to break in my house. The people who say they my own color. So guess what I got for them? A bullet. And I got a bullet also for anybody that's white, black, or whatever that's coming in and trying to do something crazy. And that ain't to other apologists. That's me saying that. So, brother, don't ever equate anybody to being my brother, any of this, that. My brother is those who share the same mindset as me. If you don't share that mindset as me, you're gonna get something gonna happen to you individually. You trying to harm me. So
okay, right. I get that, but then don't pretend like you just said, like you just tried to use Kephas and pretend that you cool, that you trying to support brothers, you trying to build brothers up. Because I'm sure if I get I'm sure if we get Solomon on this channel, I'm sure you presented yourself to him as a brother. You didn't, or he wouldn't have had you as a judge on his channel. So if he's a snake and all of this, and you knew that to begin with, why did you lobby to get up on
like I always do? That's why.
Right. So you knew he was a snake, and you thought, and you saw an opportunity.
I got a soft heart. That's why, and that's probably going to be the death of me, because you know why? Because I'm always forgiving and loving and trying to help anybody. And guess what? I can bet you this: I help more Hebrew Israelites in the community and the black communities than any one of y'all probably have, bro. So don't try to come at me with that, even Solar, bro.
Yeah, that dude is funny. I told you he's hilarious. That dude is
hilarious. Oh my gosh.
Hey, so
you ain't never been in the Israelite community. You got more Israelites than all of us on this panel.
And even help what you call. So don't try to play with me, bro. You even known in the community. Go ahead, Orthodox. What you gonna say, bro?
So yeah, I gotta go on a few. So I want to make sure that Elder Yhwh and G-Con can also talk for a few minutes, right quick. And Sister Cherry Love, I see you in the chat. If you want to jump on and speak for yourself and let people know what you think on the topic, you're more than welcome. Like I said, you will get the same respect everyone else has. So go ahead, Yhwh, if you want to come off mute. Oh, I see Kevin G want to come in.
These 5 Israelites on this panel alone is more Israelites than you have.
Okay. So go ahead, Yhwh, if you want to ask some questions, go ahead. And if not, we can let Kevin G speak for a little bit right quick. Hey, so I see someone in the back chat, Mr. Blacktastic. Can you turn on the camera right quick? I'm not familiar with who you are.
Yeah, and Mr. Blacktastic here, he cool, but he asked a question that I want to answer real quick. He said, how do I know the majority? Because the majority of the world is wicked. That's why. So in the face of black Hebrew Israelites, it's one West, and they deeper than the moderates. You know what I'm saying? And so not only that's just like if you say if majority of white people up under the mindset of white supremacy, I'm gonna say yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because it's only a few that's gonna come up out of that and say we're not really with that. Or if you say it's the majority of black people up under black supremacy, I'm gonna say yeah, because the majority of people is just wicked, bro. They just wicked. And so when I walk outside every day, I'm not walking outside to look and say, oh man, everybody today is just righteous today. Nah, it's a lot of wicked folks out there, bro. And I got a battle within myself, because there's an enemy that we have to deal with ourselves of every day trying to attach itself to us. So the world is wicked, bro.
So that's why I say the majority, because that's a fact, bro. It's only a few that we see that's gonna come and say, listen, I want to do the will of the Most High. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to follow the way of the world. The whole world has been deceived, the Bible says. So why can't I believe that, yeah, this person right here is under this persuasion or this mindset when it says the whole world has been deceived?
Okay, so Mr. Bucktassi, you got your question answered. I hope that's satisfactory. Yhwh, if you're there, you can come off mute and ask some questions to G-Con. If not, I will let Kevin G speak his piece, and then I will let Sheikah speak her piece, and then we will close this bad boy out.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Can I be heard?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so this whole thing has really been just a twist of one's presupposition of who they think a person is. And I think that a lot of the energy and a lot of the focus that kind of yells out and screams and says vocab is racist, or that the attitude presented towards him was appropriate, is those really who understand it and know him secondhand, if from rumors and things that they heard. I have not known vocab that long, but doing my own work and looking at his YouTube channel and looking at his earliest videos that came out back in 13 years ago, really, you will see that this brother has been consistently about apologetics. He's been consistently about defending the gospel against anything that really comes up against the Bible, whether it be Islamic mindset, a Mormonism, Seventh-day Adventist, or anything else that really screams out. In fact, if you were to go back to one of his first videos on his channel, he's actually talking about, as people will categorize here, a white Jew, Dan Brown, and refuting his book, The Da Vinci Code, as far as when it comes to Christ and coming to the deity of Christ and questioning doctrines that are coming up out of the Bible. So, I mean, for anybody, if you actually do your homework and if you actually get to know a person and what they're about, I think it will give you more of a clear view on what it is that their mindset is, what their mission is, and what it is they're trying to do. And when you see the transition of his focus on, let's say, the Hebrew Israelite doctrine, then you will see that it's nothing different. He's approaching it the same, he's dissecting it the same, he's handling it the same. But I believe that because of the ignorance of the community, and I don't use the term ignorance in a negative way, I use it in the sense of just really what it is, an absence of knowledge and presupposition on what they think this person is, you will clearly see that this person is not coming at a racial angle. He's not coming at with hate or anything that people think that he's coming with. You will know and just see, okay, he's handling this as though he's handling anything else that come up against the Bible or any doctrines that come up against Christianity. So I say that to say this, that if people want to hold their own view and continue to categorize him as being racist or anything else like that, at least don't do it in ignorance. If you're going to take a serious take on someone and judge someone's character, especially when it's out in public, I implore you, for the sake of peace, to go and actually get to know the person, have a conversation, invite them on your panel if you have one. Go look at their track record, look at their videos and see what it is they're about. Then get a full view of what this person is saying. But if you were to be honest with yourself and say, well, I don't know vocab, I heard from Solomon or whoever or this person or that person, they racist, I'm taking their word for it. If you are even more honest with yourself and look and examine yourself even further and say, well, I know I have a racial bias, which is going to be hard to do for you to admit that. And if you're willing to set that aside or have the discipline to set those things aside, and with those things aside, look with clear eyes and say, okay, who is this person and what is he trying to do? Then I think a lot of this is really easy to get by, and there shouldn't be any difficulty with this whole situation, what's going on. But unfortunately, I'm agreeing with G-Con on this, is that a lot of this was going on is really racially based. And a lot of what's going on, in my opinion, as I already stated, is based on one's ignorance and how they're approaching this whole situation. So if it's worth it to you, if you feel like it's even worth looking into, then seriously look into it. But if you're not going to seriously look into it, if you're not going to do the research, if you don't want to get to know him, if you want to hold that view, then please, you can hold that view, but be honest and say that it is your view. Be honest that it's a presupposition. Be honest that it's your own racial bias. Don't stick to it and say that it is fact, and then expect anybody else, especially those who know him, to agree with you, because it's not going to happen. Just like I can't make a comment on anybody that you know personally or knowing that person versus my experience, I can't call that. You know this person more. So we all know G-Con, right? We all know what he will put up with and not put up with. We all know that. We know, everybody on this panel, even everybody in the chat, dealing with G-Con for years. We know G-Con is not a racist. And we know for a fact G-Con wouldn't even put up with anybody who's a racist. So to see G-Con deal with this dude for as long as he has, and if you want to use your honesty, just ask yourself the question, do you honestly believe that LaRon is knowingly associating himself with a known racist who he have seen been a racist and shows a lot of evidence being racist, and LaRon not call that person out? As much as he called everybody else out, I can't see, I don't understand why that's hard to understand and see that there's no problem. But that's all I got to say.
He can't see it.
Hold on, claim his people's giving their last statement on some stuff. So go ahead, Shaker. You can speak your speakers on this if you want to.
He's a racist apologetic.
Okay. You know, what is so unfortunate is that Kevin G is talking and he's not using the same energy. He says that they're all liars, they're all this. Now, keep in mind, me and Cherry got into it because of Kevin G conversation where he said I would not bring up identity or who people are unless that person struggled with accepting God and not understanding where it was. He has that. That video is still up, okay? My thing is, though, you don't have to believe that we're the Israelites or anything like that, but you don't get to act a fool in the name of Christ. And we have seen it over and over again where we're attacked, we're called names, our families are talked about, and these people think that it's okay, disrespecting the laws of Christ, who they claim is eternal. They claim Christ is eternal, but he didn't have nothing to do with Mount Sinai. So we have to stop the disingenuous interactions. Okay, I just asked Vocab to the Prophet, sat down with Moray Brown and said that there were Jews on the west coast of Africa. Your DNA, you want to go to DNA? Really? You want to really go to DNA? Well, history says that they put Jews on the west coast of Africa, but their DNA is not found. Their own history says that. We didn't write that. So my thing is that if you don't want to be a Jew or associate yourself with Israelites or whatever, then fine. Nobody is begging you to do so. But stop coming against our claims when we're showing you actual proof. The Spanish Inquisition was real and documented. Okay? That there are people, and only Love has went to the west coast of Africa and documented that there are elders, royalty, with the information that our people migrated from certain places, but they're not real. So to sit here and disqualify the oral traditions, to disqualify the actual history, to disqualify anything and say, y'all ain't this, y'all ain't that, and you don't have any explicit detail about anybody's background, what are you basing it off of? You are basing it on color. And that is the definition of racism. And you two are getting behind it. And we know Romans 11 says that you can be grafted into this tree. So either we're regrafted or we're grafted in. Now you can disagree all day on what that tree is. Christ was an Israelite. And if you walk like him, you do what he did. And if you don't, you're not part of that tree. Point blank.
Hallelujah.
Hey, Sheikah, did you ever ask Vocab?
That's right. Bring it up.
Did you ever ask Vocab what he thinks about the Ethiopian Jews?
No. He affirms them because they're affirmed by somebody else, but they're also oppressed in the same land that they're supposedly acknowledged.
So you just made
And
a
that's
false.
coming from their mouth. So you don't believe that?
You just said something that it was false because you said that basically because their color. Well, the Ethiopian Jews are black.
No. I said that he believes that they are Jews because they are affirmed by some people because of Eldad the Danite, but you won't recognize that the maps change. You won't recognize that. And that is why they acknowledge that they are there, but they also brought them there and they oppressed them.
Right. So it couldn't basically.
And that is from their own mouth.
Hey, real quick, I got a cut. So I see Elder Yhwh just hit his mic right quick. So if Yhwh, if you're there, I'm gonna give you a chance to interact with G-Con real quick, and then we're gonna close this out.
What about Limba Jews?
Go ahead. I have some business. Hold on. I have some business to attend to. But G-Con, we can have this conversation, and I look forward to having this conversation. But you can't stop. You said I'm defending wickedness, but he's being read by somebody who doesn't even believe what we believe. And it's not the first time; it's several times. So I just want you to think on that. We'll talk about it hopefully later. You guys have a good evening.
No, we appreciate you, sis.
Peace, sister.
Yeah, go, Yhwh.
That's a strong sister. And I'm serious.
Yeah, so this whole thing, like I said, it's exhausting. But people wanted to make it an issue, right? And a lot of things were said. I'm not one. I don't wear my feelings on my sleeves. But the only thing that I've heard even G-Con mention or even try to bring up, as far as Yhwh War Machine or myself specifically, teaching false doctrine is he brought up Deuteronomy chapter 28 and 68. Like, that's strictly a black Hebrew Israelite paradigm that he wants to try to push that narrative simply because we agree with the historicity of what chapter Deuteronomy 28:68 gives us. And that's a fact, right? And so although he knows we don't teach that, he still wants to associate that with us simply because he knows the only reason why he joined the Yhwh War Machine is not because we were all Christians. He knew that. But we're simply a think tank, first and foremost, a gathering of brethren ideas that discuss the scriptures. And so what we teach individuals. We make this clear several times. He's not unaware of that. There never have been. So his disingenuousness, I just simply feel like he found an opportunity because he had some issues with another War Machine brother that, going back and forth in some debates, they had some personal issues that he felt some kind of way. So he felt something he had at least to serve something up to his Molekian deity friend, Vocab Malone, because that's simply what it is. And the fact that and the ignorant fact that you love to say that Christ didn't care about his genealogy, didn't care to Christ is simply ignorant. He cannot even be the Christ without identifying with a specific group of people, a genealogy, a bloodline. So to say that it didn't matter to him is simply ignorant. Paul himself says, "Look, I'm a Benjamite." He didn't dismiss his bloodline and his people simply because he had a disagreement with Peter or he had a disagreement with Barnabas. He never said, "I'm not a Benjamite because I follow Christ." He never once made that statement. Neither did any other of the Israelites in the first century. They never made that an issue. It's only when you get to the Roman Catholic Church and some of these church fathers that they simply make it not an issue because most of them are wrong.
You misinterpreted me when I said that. I didn't say that, bro.
What did you say? Please clarify.
When it comes to salvation, right? When it comes to what God, when it comes to truth, he ain't trying to hear none of that. None of that matters to him. When it comes
to do I ever teach Deuteronomy chapter 28 as a salvific issue?
Right. No, I'm just telling you. When you
I'm asking you directly, according to me,
you understand that
because you brought up Deuteronomy chapter 28 and 68 as if we were teaching that as a salvific issue.
No, the problem with that is you said you have some veracity on it, some history on it. So I'm like, okay, where is it at? I don't see it.
Okay, well then you should set up a debate
or let's have the discussion and we can bring forth that information. This is why we're a think tank. This is what we do.
And the reason why I joined the Yhwh War Machine was to combat in the Solar Debate League, coming with a lot of that burn the Bible. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
So
but we saw you rather align yourself with Lex Vortex, who's repeatedly in your chat room last night calling himself a Luciferian, power to the dark side, burning the Bible, but you rather align yourself with him to simply bang on someone else because we have a difference in doctrine.
Nah, that ain't gonna happen, bro. Hold on.
Yeah, I think that whole
we don't need you for that. We don't need you for that, Kevin G.
I'm gonna tell you what
you lied yourself several times. And then the things that you said, hold on, don't interrupt me, bro. The things that you said that we had disagreements on with Lex Vortex was simply because we're saying we are the people of the book. You didn't address us when he's telling us that Jesus Christ is not a real person or that he's some esoteric being. Were you disagreeing with us when we were teaching that against this brother? No. When he was pushing this false deity, talking about he worships Stemya.
Right, so hold on.
Hold on. But you'd rather align yourself with that devil.
Hold on, listen to brother.
Hold on.
Okay, yeah, right, go ahead. Let him respond right quick. Go ahead.
Choose and pick.
Hold on, y'all.
A false narrative against your brothers.
That's not what happened, bro. As I told you before, what I align myself with is the truth. And what that brother was speaking last night and what he know about me, I've met this brother personally, bro. Met him personally. Used to talk to this brother almost all night, bro. All day. Almost.
Does he say he's a Luciferian?
Hold on, listen, bro. So listen.
Does he say he's a Luciferian?
Let him
like half with darkness.
Listen. So so what he's saying is that because Lex is satanic, or he's satanic, it's nothing that he can speak that is no truth. But even the serpent spoke somewhat of truth. And so I'm not saying that I listen to everything he says, but even a donkey was talking to Balaam and giving this false prophet truth. So what I'm
so the donkey wasn't a demon.
That was the Most High.
Are you serious?
So
your view on this is totally twisted, man.
Hey, Kevin G, bro, listen, go away. So G-Con, at the end of the day, bro, when this brother is telling you he's a Luciferian, he worships the devil, that God is evil, Yahweh is evil, and you would rather align yourself with that against someone who teaches from the scriptures, regardless of whether or not we have a discrepancy in doctrine, like Peter and Paul and Barnabas, they had discrepancies in the scriptures.
Okay.
So for you to take that stance to simply cherry pick to build up your narrative to protect Vocab Malone, you're a hypocrite.
Nah, that's totally. Hold on.
You shouldn't be speaking. You shouldn't be speaking. You shouldn't be speaking as a brother in Christ. You shouldn't be speaking at all from the book. You should repent. You should ask these brothers to forgive you. And what you should ultimately do, you need to go back. You need to go back and look at yourself in the mirror while you find it more convenient for you to line yourself with a Luciferian, someone who tells you that they worship Satan, that it's okay for you to rub elbows with him than to come in the conversation room and have a discussion with us about our differences in the scripture. That is a hypocrite.
Nah, man, that you just did was a hypocrite, man.
Hey, Kevin G.
Hey, listen. So more. I want to share a few words on this to bring some truth to the light, because a lot of what was said was incorrect. Now, Elder Yhwh is correct in saying that what Lex's views are and the things he did in the past and things he said. We've been arguing. And
he said it last night. That wasn't in the past.
Hold on, this is gonna happen right now. Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna let Kevin G go, then I'm gonna let G Concept get the last word, then we're gonna end the stream because I gotta cut.
All right, to bring some clarity to this is simply what's going on. Now, everything that Elder Yhwh said about what Lex does and follows, he's correct. In fact, we lined ourselves up with Elder Yhwh and, like G-Con said, the Yahweh War Machine, because we were going against those who were against the Bible, the whole Canaanite doctrine, everything they try to put out, all that. But this is not the case. This is not the case of someone lining himself up with the Luciferian. All Lex did is said the sky is blue. And because the sky is blue and it's the truth, Ron is actually lining himself
Bro,
up
what
with
did he
just
say
what he
the sky is
said.
blue
That
about?
state,
This
bro,
what
come
y'all
on,
never-
you gotta have some control, man. What happened?
Yara, we're not doing that here.
Yara,
Bro, I wanted
Yara,
to-
Yara, we're not doing that here.
Yara, hold on a second.
Yara, we're not doing that here. We're not doing that here, Yara.
Yeah, so
this is debate talk for you, brother. This ain't that kind of platform. Like I said, everyone can speak their piece. No one's gonna cut nobody, talk over nobody. I just gave him the airship to take off and land, right? So he's gonna take off and land, okay? And then G-Con's gonna take off and land, and then we're gonna end the stream.
all right. So just to wrap it up, pretty much we disagree with Lex. We always do, and we still do now, on any of his views when it comes to the Bible, or any of his views when it comes to how the world should be, and anything that he deals with from some moral standpoint. But the reason why he's agreeing, and a lot of us are agreeing with Lex, is because he is saying what is true. This is nothing to do with his stance or what it is he believes in. It's just him basically calling out what should have been called out a long time ago. And that's just simply that there's presuppositions to say that Vocab Malone is racist without any proof at all. And that's just a fact. So it has nothing to do with what he's been dealing with, what he's been worshiping, what his views are, or anything else. If he says the sky is blue, that's the truth. So that's all that's going on here. And I find it funny, and this is where the hypocrisy comes in, that he says this, that Lex is black, we know that, and Lex has his beliefs, but yet for LaRon or anybody to agree with Lex on the truth that he spoke, we're lining ourselves up with a Luciferian. Yet, where's your line up with Solomon when he was saying all the things he was saying about him? Does Solomon believe in the Bible? He does not. Does Solomon attacks the Bible? Yes, he does. So the question for you would be, if you're going to accuse LaRon or anybody for agreeing with the statement that he made, then why is it that you're aligning this stuff up with statements of a person who likewise, just like Lex, does not believe in the Bible? How are you doing it?
Are you asking me a question?
Yes, I am. I'm asking.
Hold on, real quick, Yara. Before you answer that question, do you see the question?
Yeah, I see it. I'll deal with that later. That's really not important to me, but October is fine. So at the end of the day, so again, let me preface this. Solomon said nothing wrong. He's clearly a racist. We do have evidence. We have video of him calling and saying coon. He think it's funny. See, the problem is with me is that you guys in your in your sullied mental state, you don't understand when you're dealing with racist overtones and overtures. And maybe it's because of your age or your surroundings or your upbringing, but you don't understand when a white person is speaking disparagingly to you. You don't get it. And I understand there's a lot of our people that don't understand that. But you two brothers are an example of that. And you allow him to hide behind a white-eyed, blue-eyed Jesus that encompasses all, because he sure won't tell you that Jesus was a black man. He got a problem with that too. So at the end of the day, all he's simply saying is, I'm going to use you guys as buffers when I go into these black communities and let you be my mouthpiece. You're nothing more than puppets. Right. You're puppets.
That's not true, man.
We have absolute evidence. Evidence you may not be able to understand when he uses the term Kaffir, and I'm going to bring it out tomorrow. Okay. I'm going to play the video. You don't have no proof, bro. The etymology of his speech. And I'm going to show you other instances where he's dressed up and acting and saying, coon. They said black coon. He can't use it. He cannot use the term. It's racist.
Okay, so
it's racist, bro.
Okay, so someone is racist.
Kevin G, I'm asking you
when they create. No, I'm going to say this. So someone is racist when they create parody that reflects a reality that they're being comedic about. I mean, you might as well go ahead and blast the comedian.
Yes.
So for someone,
he's not a comedian,
for someone,
but he's not a comedian, Kevin G.
Hold on. No. Hold on a second. Because I'm gonna make sure this is clear. Now, you just made a statement that he's saying the word coon.
Yes.
But you're not using the context and what it is.
It doesn't matter. The context doesn't matter. He's using it. If he makes it in a parody, he's still making a parody based on a racial epithet. Do you understand that? It does not
Okay,
matter.
so
It simply doesn't
then
matter
again,
in the
then my
realm of
question,
race and
then
racist speech.
Yara, my question still stands. Then, if your view is that you cannot stand a racist, and your view that you cannot stand people who have this mindset, then why are you, as you accuse us, lining yourself up with a person who constantly talk about other races and say cracker all the time? It does not like the Bible.
Because let me explain this to you. Let me explain this to you, Kevin G.
You should be
Let me
universal in your
explain this
position,
to you,
right?
Kevin G. Let me explain this to you, Kevin G. First of all, here's your ignorance. Black people can't be racist because in order to be racist, right, you have to have prejudice along with white privilege. That's what racism is.
No, it's not.
Bro,
If you
listen to me.
if you look up
No,
the
I know what
definition
racism is. It means to uplift
It's
in
an
its
individual.
definition.
No,
it
it's
means
not,
to
man. You're
uplift.
talking
It
about
means to
systematic-
uplift and take pride in one's race. That's
No,
the modern terminology that they've given racist.
Stop.
But when you talk
Right now,
about
you're being
racism, which he is exhibiting, his actions
Mm-hmm.
are racism. They're
No,
racist, bro.
right now you're being
and
a
he's
biggest
exhibiting
hypocrite on-
racism, bro.
Bro,
and you
you're
can
being
call
the
it a
biggest-
hypocrite.
Okay, fam.
But I expect you to say that
Hold on,
because you a coon just like G-Con.
Hold on. Okay, fam. Okay, so I've literally reached my limit to where I do have to cut. So G-Con, you get the hold on, real quick. G-Con, you get the last word. And I gotta shut the stream down.
All right, man. I just want to say I appreciate you more, man. It's always a privilege to build with you, bro. Good moderator, man. Hopefully, I definitely want to do some more things, with you, far as using you as a moderator, because you did a excellent job tonight, man. And with everybody else, man, grace and peace to y'all out there, man. It's really just about getting this truth out. I feel like that, as we've seen tonight, what we've been saying for a while has actually been displayed here with dealing with people who have taken up this agenda of this black supremacy agenda rather than overall clinching to the truth. They have actually conformed to the image of the beast that they speak about. So with that being said, man, I love y'all. Y'all can say that I don't, but I definitely do. And that's why we continue to bring the truth like we bring, and grace and peace to the family out there. Appreciate you. Shout out to Sal Showtime too. The debate talk for you. Peace.
Yes, shout out to Sal every time. So I appreciate everyone for showing up. I appreciate everyone for giving their information. I appreciate for everyone for answering the questions and whatnot. If you look down below, family, in the description box, I have left the information for the War Machine, for Vocab Malone, for Solar Mind, for G-Con, for Sister Cherry. I'm sure I'm leaving somebody out, but yeah, go check them all out. Go subscribe to all their channels and whatnot. We appreciate you for your time. Peace and love, family.
Shalom.